Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Say that it's at least 50-50 because his best friend now runs the White House. Like, that's his duty. He's the number one guy. He's the number one Secret Service guy at the White House. And he said, I might be able to get us like a VIP tour.
Are you going to bring Merge Crick and have him jack up those jugs for Trump?
I'm not. I told. Wow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Friday, February 21st, 2025. The Bubba the Love Sponge show, and Gene Lasker will not be making it today. He is sick. He texted me yesterday. He says, "How about it, Sponge?" Yeah, Gene. Sick. So he's put sick. I'm like, okay. Does that mean you're gonna, miss tomorrow? Yep.
Jeez.
That's it.
I didn't think a man like Gene Lasker could get sick.
No, he can get sick.
Oh.
But I mean, most people, like if Seth texted me, he'd be like, "Hey, Sponjo," I'd be like, "Yeah," and he goes, "Hey," and he'd kind of give me like a little list, like I got a temperature, and I throw him up a few times, and I don't feel very good, and I'm going to go to bed a little bit early today, and I don't know if it'll be better tomorrow morning, but I'll try. But right now, it's kind of looking like I might not make it. There'd be a little fodder in there, not Slasker, Sponge. What, Gene? Sick.
Did you say, I hope you get better soon?
He goes, I did say, I just said, don't worry about tomorrow, get better. That's kind of how I ended it.
Okay.
Sick. Okay. Does that mean you're not making it? Yep. Not making it.
Did he slap the green face emoji on that, or just
no,
said nothing?
Gene doesn't know emojis.
Okay, good.
I think the only emoji he knows is like if you hit it and like gives you like the heart, the exclamation point, the ha-ha, like just the ones that come standard if you hit the paragraph in itself. So...
Cervix Bruiser, $50 on Venmo.
I got some after-hours trading, one of which was during the... Blizzard show, Mario Gonzalez, which I think is Las Vegas Mario, correct?
Yes, sir.
25 on the PayPal for Babyface and Seth as they were doing the show. And then last night, John Costica, $100. And he says, as I read various forums, I see these haters, and it makes me so mad. Join the club, my friend. You know what? It doesn't make me mad. I've really gone on a really big blocking spree lately.
Yes, you have. Blocking with Sponge.
Why have you noticed?
Yes, I have.
Do you get like a report when I block people? Or?
Oh no, just for me watching in chat, I just see their names and then they're gone, and then you say the Bubba Army blocked.
Right now, do they have any of them gone into the got a hold of you by other means and say, hey, I'm blocked. Can you unblock me? Because a lot of times that'll happen.
Yes, it's happened a couple of times.
I hope you just say, hey, can't
I said,
really.
well, we usually ask what you did, and if they come back, which the last two have come back and said, yeah, I was kind of being a dick in chat, and I said, well, that will do you.
Yeah.
And I left it at that.
So I would just suggest you find some other form of chat. If you're a YouTuber, I've seen to be concentrating on that. Maybe be a Rumbler. But you're now no longer part of the cool YouTube club, which is super cool.
Yeah.
And which, by the way, Lummy, I think this will be, if we can pull it off today, it'll be our third day in a row that we went over 1,000 thumbs up. Now, Lasker not being here probably hurts us a little bit. I do have Kevin Hazlett coming in at 8:30 today.
Nice.
Just to kind of get us up to speed on what's happening in Kevin's world. And I can probably pretty much sum it up right now. Ready? I'm doing great, making a lot of money. My kids are just killing it. One's a Navy SEAL, one's at West Point, one's a financial trader. My wife's hot. I am the major partner of my firm. We're killing it. I'm traveling a lot, and my crypto is at an all-time high. I think that's pretty much Kevin Hazlett.
Yeah, I think he could walk in because we all kind of clowned him when Bitcoin was at 40, 50,000, and he predicted it to be 100,000 by 2023. Well, it's 100,000 now, so
yeah,
it finally made it there. It just took him an extra year.
It makes me sick to my stomach because with my IRS situations, I was saving like $40-$50 a week, just scrimping for like 2.5, 3 years. And I had gotten to where I had over a Bitcoin, like at 1.1. And the IRS comes in and says, we'll be taking that.
That's ridiculous.
IRS doesn't want to believe in Bitcoin, but boy, if you got any, they'll take it from you.
Oh, no, now Trump's all big into the coins.
What does that mean? Is he going to tax it, or does that mean
No, he just he wants to invest in the coins. So the coins are definitely going up. He's more coin friendly.
I did get a report, and it's actually our clickbait, but Trump has done more, whether you like it or not, whether it's good or bad, but Trump has done more in his first 30 days in office than I think like all the past 10 presidents combined.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I think he's just going crazy.
Michael Rucker, 25, cash up.
I did talk to Lummy. I called Power Screen Florida.
Oh, nice.
Yesterday. Now, the owner's name is Richard, but I think maybe his son's name is Raffy Jr.
All right.
So I get Raffy Jr. on the phone. I'm like, hey, Raffy, this is Bubba the Love Sponge. And he goes, I know, I've heard of you.
Oh.
I've grown up in Lakeland all my life, so certainly I'm familiar with you. And I go, well, I own a dirt track up in Ocala, Florida, and we have a huge rock issue. Every time we mine or excavate new material, clay, we get a lot of rocks. And I'm trying to excavate, quite a bit. I got a big little clay honey hole. Now, see, we're real lucky because most dirt tracks don't have the clay that they need on the track on their property. Most of them have to ship it in from a clay pit.
That's got to be expensive.
I got a clay pit. On my property. And my buddy Michael from Synergy is giving me the necessary excavator and front end loader to get it out. But I need to screen it. So I've looked at all these screeners, all these regular ones that are just like they're not mechanical and they're just gravity fed, and you throw them through the top, and then after the rocks go to the side, and then the good material sifts through these bars, and it's a very, very, very painstaking process. So then Buck, a good Buck from Charleston,
of course, Hall of Famer Buck.
He tracks down this Power Screen of Florida place, and they got exactly what I need. And they do rentals, and then they do new sales as well, and they got all kinds of different, So what I need is a rental, obviously. Well, Raffy actually kind of freaked me out yesterday.
Wow.
Because I was like, hey, Raffy, I see you guys got all these different versions, but I need the little guy, like maybe the Chieftain 400. He goes, oh, yeah, the Chieftain 400. Those start at $165. And I was like, I didn't say anything. He goes, yeah, 165 is what they start at, and then we got transportation fees and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, Raffy, is that $165,000? He's like, yeah. And I go, I was looking more towards the weekend rental deal. And he goes, oh, yeah. You told me that earlier. I'm sorry. I'm like, okay. So they gave me a price. It wasn't too bad. It's a little above my budget. But, I'm trying to work maybe a promo out with them where they can be like, I got promos with Skag. I got promos with, obviously Sunbelt Rental.
West to West.
I got promos with West to West. I got promos with Synergy. I got promos with Beard. And so I was seeing like if he wanted to work out a promo kind of deal. Because, there's probably some dudes that are listening to the show. And by the way, they have locations all over the country.
Oh, nice.
And, they could probably use one of these sort of things. So maybe we could, rent 4, 5, 10 of them a year for these guys. So he gave me a price, and he was going to talk to his dad, I think his dad Richard, today. So I may hear back from Raffy Jr. at Power Screen Florida. By the way, go to powerscreenfl.com and it'll show you everything they got. They got everything.
Yeah, I'm on their website now. I mean, we got a lot of Bubba Army that could use this stuff.
And he told me, he's like, man, one weekend and you could probably have enough for the entire year. As long as you have the material to throw through this machine, it does like 300 tons an hour. Like 290 tons an hour. So I just have One-Eyed Billy and Buck just in there digging. I'd probably be working the front end loader, feeding the machine, and then eventually taking it to the track.
I think that would actually be. It may sound surprising, but I think that would be good video. There's a lot. There's a lot of people that like seeing heavy machinery.
Yeah, I could put like I ordered one of those chest mounts.
Yeah,
I'm just hoping it doesn't
you could do
make my man boobs. I know even though the chest mount wouldn't show the man boobs, I would look down and see my man boobs kind of hanging over the strap, and I'd be a little bit insecure on that deal.
Well, I was even saying, especially with all the equipment, you could do a point of view, and then also maybe put a mount tripod.
You trying to make a porno over here? A little heavy machinery porno?
Yeah, heavy equipment porno, Seth.
Yeah.
No, that might not be your gig, but man, it's a lot of people's gig.
Oh, it is. And then you put a tripod, so you see all the machineries, and you have it just facing the chieftain with that always going, and then you coming in. Like Walker, I know he's 3, he's not moving the needle on the money, but the views, like the little kids sit there and just watch heavy machinery.
Oh, like Bob the Builder kind of stuff,
exactly.
but real stuff, right?
But they show videos like that.
Mm.
And
so I could put like on a tripod, put the video on the Chieftain 400 fixed.
Yep.
And then I have like the chest mount or the head mount when I'm working the front end loader.
And you could just do individual back and forth, when it's edited up. But you leave it on the Chieftain so it's always moving, and then you coming in with the front loader, or Billy with that, or just all the different machinery that's
we're
unloading.
Getting a badass excavator from Synergy. We're getting like a badass, like a 25, 26 foot reach, like equivalent to like a 349. Then I'm getting like a badass front end loader. So we're trying to plan this for a week from today, and it's supposed to be dry weather, a little bit cool, but dry weather. And for my big harvesting and screening of said material.
See, Bubba, I sent you a video. This is just one that kind of comes up sometimes when we're looking up.
So, there really is a niche for this stuff.
This is 285,000 views in 7 months, but still, it's just
that's
him
more
loading
than we
a truck.
usually do.
Yeah.
Hold on here. Oh yeah, I got. See, that's exactly what we're going to be doing.
That's all it pretty much
Hold on
is.
here.
That's it.
That's going to be Buck or Billy.
Yep.
I'm going to be driving a front end loader.
But see how it's kind of the view out on it?
But they don't even have a power screen.
No.
They're just loading up, scrap. They're loading up rock-filled material. They're not even trying to clean their material.
Yes, and that's just an excavator.
But we're gonna have an excavator that size.
That would be like that.
Courtesy of Synergy. See, so little Walker will watch this kind of stuff.
Oh, he'll just sit there and watch. This is 13 minutes. He'll sit there and watch 13 minutes, and then he'll come on to a different one, and he'll just watch it.
This guy isn't even doing anything.
That's all it is. And kids just watch it the whole. Well, I mean, obviously 285,000 other people watched it.
Maybe Walker's going to be a heavy equipment operator.
Oh, he likes it. Works for me. It's a manly thing.
This guy ain't doing nothing.
Nope.
See, right here, we'd be having that, and I think you could probably just load. You could just load the screen into the Chieftain 400. We just have I'd have the excavator load the Chieftain 400, and then I would use the front end loader as it spit out the clean material. I'd just grab it with the front end loader and then take it to the track. We don't need to double handle it. Double handling it means like if they dug it out and then I scooped it up and put it in, I just have them take it from digging it out of the ground, just throwing it right into the Chieftain. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Oh, see, he separated the rock. Now he's going to load this big ass dump truck. Oh, this is set. And then see the guy. You use your horn to let you know you're ready. So the guy on the dump truck, he gave the guy on the excavator the horn, which means I'm ready. Load me up. And then after he gets done, he'll give him a beep beep, and that means you're supposed to go. Then we got an exit. But see, look at that big ass rock he's putting in there. See that rock?
Yeah.
My Chieftain 400 would be screening that rock right on
Sure
out.
would be.
That's bad. That must be some type of just fill because this is not good material. Somewhat clay based though.
Bubba's grain of rice, $20. Gene's ivermectin.
Yeah. So anyway, I talked to Raffy Jr. yesterday. We're trying to get a deal right here on one of these Chieftain 400s.
Nice.
And even if I have to pay full price, which I hope I don't have to, it's a little salty, Lummy. It's over $6,000. Whew. Yeah, a lot. If I'm paying over $6,000, I am going to literally be doing it. I'm going to have 24-hour shifts. I'm going to say, Billy, you go to bed, and Buck, turn the lights on and keep digging. Just keep digging.
All hands on deck.
All hands on deck. Get Merch Crick out there doing something. I don't know. Because I gotta at that point, I gotta screen every ounce of material that I possibly can. I hope they give me a deal, like a promo deal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think they will. I really think they will. Aaron Rodgers, it looks like he's kind of walking out of, to you, Seth, did you see this video?
No.
It looks like he's walking out of maybe a rehab deal because he's got like some type of wellness or exercise place on his, like he's wearing that. That's the type of shirt he's wearing. It looks to be like maybe a chiropractic or, you know, some type of place, and they catch him. A kind of a paparazzi catches him as to where he might be headed. I mean, because I think they've established that he wants to play.
He does. He does want to play.
But I don't know that who wants him. I really don't know. I mean, you and Seth are the sports guys here. I can't unless it's Tennessee, like Seth said yesterday.
No, that's what Lummy said.
Yeah. Tennessee or Pittsburgh. And Vegas has Pittsburgh being the number one spot he'll land in. Because he said that he has something to prove.
How does Pittsburgh let both guys go? How do they let Russell Wilson and is it Jalen Hurts?
Justin Fields. Because
Justin Fields. How do they let them both go?
They enjoy being 10-7 every year with different quarterbacks.
Yeah, and didn't they let go Najee Harris too? They're running back.
They let go Najee Harris?
I thought he didn't resign
I think they denied his fifth-year option.
Oh, okay. No.
All right, so it looks like he is kind of walking out of maybe a rehab facility because he's got like his gym bag. And then I think he has like maybe a rehab facility T-shirt on.
Boss, how's off season going for you at the moment? Nice one, man. You're in the West Coast. The weather's great. Do you see?
So see it. It says Elite Ortho Sport. So that might be where he's coming from. Maybe, I don't know.
Yourself potentially being in the West Coast in the future?
Oh, you're a paparazzi kid?
Yes, sir.
Oh, nice.
Any chance of you being in the West Coast in the future?
I'm just enjoying the sunshine right now.
The sunshine's good. And look, last question I want to ask you. When choosing a team, what is something you take into consideration? Like what factors?
What factors?
Yeah.
If they want you.
They want you. What else? Anything else? Like.
They got a good team.
Lovely. Well, look, wish you the best of luck, and best of luck for off-season too, mate.
Have a good day. Enjoy the sun.
Lovely.
I just saying an article.
It's too bad he can't be that nice when he's playing for a team.
Yeah, it came down from Sports Illustrated.
That's Aaron Rodgers, and he has no idea where he's going. Nobody has any ideas where he's going. Where's this? What's this, Lummy?
It's saying that they're predicted him to sign a $25 million deal with Tennessee.
Jets, Aaron Rodgers predicted to sign $25 million deal with AFC team. Where will the star quarterback go?
That's insane.
And then it says, stop me if you've heard this one before. The New York Jets announced that they are moving on from legendary quarterback Aaron Rodgers. The New York had Rodgers for 2 years, but there won't be a third season in the partnership. Bringing Rodgers to town brought plenty of hope and excitement. While this is the case, things didn't work out. Unfortunately, what will he do this offseason? CBS Sports' Cody Benjamin predicted that he will end up signing a $25 million deal with the Tennessee Titans. The former Green Bay Packers star had a disastrous 2-year stint in New Jersey, while his age finally showed as he struggled to elude steady pressure and or operate a disciplined offense attack. But his arm remains intact, as evidenced by some late-year darts in 2024. The challenge for the cerebral Rodgers provided that he doesn't pivot last minute to retirement, which will be finding a team both that A, is ready to contend. Are the Titans close to contending?
Bubba, you got to do the math. They have the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah,
They got the number 1 pick in the draft, and if they pick. And let's say, Seth.
Which just means they were the worst team in the league. So, I mean, they're as far away as anybody could be.
Right, exactly. But, let's say you go out and get a Travis Hunter. I mean, okay, I think the person they, and this is just my opinion, help me if I'm wrong, but I think the person they select would be contingent upon if they sign Rodgers or not. Their pick would probably change if they sign Rodgers as compared if they didn't sign Rodgers. Would you agree? Maybe a wide receiver cornerback combination like Travis Hunter, as compared, they have him now locked into that edge rusher from Penn State.
I think you just have to take the best player available when you're so far away like Tennessee is. I don't think Aaron Rodgers does anything for them. No. I think that's the Texans' division for the next 10 years, unless Liam Cohen can turn Jacksonville around. So I mean, I don't really know what he's going to bring to Tennessee other than just stalling them getting their next franchise quarterback for a couple of years.
He may sell some tickets for him.
Yeah,
but I mean, and he's just going there to look like to get paid. $25 million.
Okay, so here's what they say. A team needs. A, they need to be ready to contend. Well, that looks like that's not necessarily the case, for the Tennessee Titans. Like Seth said, there's a reason why they're picking number 1 overall this year is because they had the worst team in the league last year. 2, willing to push all the chips in on 2025. I don't think they're ready for that.
No.
I think they're years away from that. C, absorb the inevitable headlines of his arrival, projected at $25 to $30 million. Best fits for Rodgers, they're saying, are the Raiders, Pittsburgh, Titans, Vikings. I predict he goes to the Vikings.
Really?
Yep. That's where the Vikings like Packers retreads. The Vikings love
the Vikings are overflowing with quarterbacks.
Yeah.
They could decide whether they want to bring back Sam Darnold, which the coach said that they have, and they drafted J.J. McCarthy in the first round next
that's
year.
right. I forgot about J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
With Sam Darnold being the superstar, and now an unrestricted free agent as well, right?
The only team in this scenario that would make sense to sign Aaron Rodgers are the Jets, and they just let him go. I just don't see any. There's no scenario of a team that's an Aaron Rodgers away from winning it all, like the Jets just thought they were.
Man, how? Here we go. Maybe could Jets Aaron Rodgers just have hinted at his next landing spot? Blah 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 blah.
He's not going to sign until after the draft. Very, very, very probably close to training camp.
Yeah, he wants the news to die down of everything, and then him be the center point of it.
Did you see where the Jets? I don't know if this is. I think that they had decided to move on from him, and they just threw this as a couple FUs. but they said if he was to stay, there were a couple different conditions. One, he couldn't appear on the Pat McAfee show ever again.
Yeah.
And two, he could not miss any OTAs. Any.
Yeah.
And he has a history of rolling in training camp day 1, August, and missing all the May. They usually get together. I think they usually get together like once, like 4 days in May, a couple days in June, a couple days in July. Like once a month, they bring the guys in for what they call voluntary OTAs. But like guys, really most guys make them. And then, a training camp, you can't miss that. And that usually starts in late July, early August, something like that.
Yeah.
And that's obviously something you can't miss. But the OTAs, the off-season training, whatever the hell they're called, most guys, like Mike Evans doesn't miss OTAs. Chris Godwin didn't miss OTAs.
Yeah, but Aaron Rodgers had to go to Egypt last year.
That's
he had
right.
A trip planned.
And he had a ayahuasca gimmick too, right?
I think he does that in the actual offseason, but I think the Egypt was another trip that he probably was able to book a cheaper flight on that time of year.
Right.
Jeez.
Just happened to coincide with the OTAs.
Oh yeah.
So they had made two stipulations. One, you can't be on Pat McAfee, and two, you can't miss any OTAs. And I think that was just kind of a salt in the wound gimmick after they'd already decided not to take them. They just put that in there as kind of a further FU. Because I think God, since he's been a starter at Green Bay, he has not been told where he can and cannot appear as far as media interview wise. He used to call a station in Green Bay and he used to call a station in Milwaukee and appear every once in a while. And then he was. Do you think McAfee was paying him?
Yeah, they say he gets paid.
Okay,
wasn't it like $1 million deal for the season or something?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just for the season, and then he's done.
And the Jets thought it was a major distraction.
I read that report about McAfee wasn't true, but you never know. I think that the Jets wanted just limited distractions for the season, but I don't think that was like a hard. They were if Aaron Rodgers says I won't be on Pat McAfee, they weren't going to bring him back at all.
Right. It was kind of like they had already announced they weren't bringing him back, and then like a day or two later, you'd heard these demands. Kind of like as you're going out the door, this is what these are the rules we would have made had you come back.
Yeah, they met with him. I mean, it was the way they did it was good. It wasn't just like they called his agent and said we're not bringing you back. They brought him in and had conversations about what it would look like if he came back, and they just I think it was. Their minds were made up, but at least they had the conversation with him.
My Packers are, I don't know if they're going to be active in free agency. They historically, dating back to like Ted Thompson, realistically, the Packers have only brought in, well, now with Josh Jacobs, you can add that to the fold, but prior to Josh Jacobs, they'd only brought in really one big time free agent, and that was Reggie White. And they're not usually active on free agency. They try to build their team with the draft, but I think Gutekunst has kind of missed. Some people say that he's a absolute draft wizard. I think that he's missed on a lot of guys, and which has kind of led them to their lack of they don't really have a wide receiver one. Most teams, you can go through their roster and there's a bona fide WR1. The Packers have like 4 guys. Hicks, Dobbs, Watson. Watson, I don't know. I think he's been injured more than he's played. And so the Packers are, I guess, from what I can read, active in the possible wide receiver free agent deal. T. Higgins, Devontae Adams.
Oh, man.
Who else? A couple others I've seen. I don't think they're going to get any of them, to be honest with you. I don't know. I mean, I'd love to see Devontae Adams comes back, but
would you?
Yeah, I really would. I think that he's unbelievable. I think he's unbelievable.
A lot of people say Jordan Love's a fraud.
I'm one of them.
Really?
I'm not necessarily sold on him.
I just made it up, but yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you, Seth. I'm not necessarily sold on him. I'm not. I'm with you, Seth. I'm not necessarily. I didn't mean to sold on him.
I agree the second time around.
Yeah, I agree the first and the second, maybe the third. I'm not necessarily sold on Jordan Love. I'm not. I like the guy they got, the black guy they got as a backup, and they gave a 7th rounder to Tennessee. They fleeced Tennessee, the Malik Williams guy.
Malik Willis,
he gives them way more of a wrinkle. He can run. I mean, I like that.
That's crazy talk, man.
Steven Stewart, $20.
They did fleece Tennessee for that, though.
There's no fleecing when a backup quarterback is traded for a 7th round pick. There's
fleecing when that guy comes in and wins 3 games in a row for you.
What? I mean, yeah.
And one of which
got coached up.
One of which was against the team that you fleeced.
Yeah, I mean that Malik Willis versus Tennessee Titans revenge game is that's something a lot of people don't remember from this season, but they should go back and watch that on NFL Network.
Yeah, Dwayne Johnson, Leonardo DiCaprio, Emily Blunt will star in Martin Scorsese's new crime thriller, described as The Departed meets Goodfellas. Follows the movie follows an aspiring mob boss who fights rival crime factions for control of the underworld of the Hawaiian Islands.
The underworld?
To me, it looks like The Rock's going to be the crime boss because he's from Hawaii. Well, no, hold on. He's not. I think he's actually from Tampa. I think Rock might have been born in Tampa.
Really?
Yeah, and he lived in like the countryside. What's that area, Lummy? The bad area when you're taking
Highland, Largo, the Largo area?
No. Hillsborough County. If you take Memorial and make a left on Hillsborough.
He was born in California.
Was he?
Yeah.
Haywood, California.
He spent like maybe 8 to 10 years in Tampa. When his dad Rocky Maivia was a big time wrestler with WWE, and at that time almost all WWE guys lived in Tampa because Hogan lived here. And listen, one of the reasons why, like John at one time, man, we had Edge, we had Christian, I think we still have Batista, we had John Cena, we had Greg Hammer. We had Hogan, we had Beefcake, we had Macho Man, Jimmy Hart, and there's probably,
a lot of people live here.
Road Warriors, Bam Bam Bigelow. I mean, if you go wrestlers from Tampa, Google that and give me that stat. They all lived here at one time because Tampa was recognized as one of the easiest airports to get in and out of, as far as getting to your gate, not having to walk a mile, getting to your short-term parking on your car was always cheap. That's why a lot of WWE wrestlers back in the day, Christian, Edge, Jericho, Batista, John Cena. My God, Seth, listen to that roster alone. Christian, Edge, Test, Jericho, Cena, Hogan, Beefcake, Macho Man, Jericho.
Who was the tag team brothers that used to lick themselves?
Bushwhackers.
The Bushwhackers lived here.
Bushwhackers, Nasty Boys, Road Warriors, Hercules, Steve Kern, Rocky Matavea. I think The Rock lived here for a while.
I have The Rock's Wikipedia up here. He was in California to North Carolina to Connecticut to Nashville to Pennsylvania to the University of Miami.
Yeah. They're missing
The Rock.
They're missing Tampa?
Yeah. Because he did spend some time in Tampa. I think his middle school days when he was most miserable and used to get picked on. And the reason why I knew that is one time me and Rock and Hogan and I think it might have been Brutus were flying back from Binghamton, New York on Hogan's jet. and Rock was kind of going through his days in Tampa and how miserable they were. And he lived like in, God dang, I forget, Town and Country. That's Lummy. He lived in Town and Country.
Yeah, okay.
That's where he lived. Hogan, Lummy, did you Google wrestlers from Tampa?
Yeah, I'm trying to get you a list because it's kind of.
What about the current people? You got Titus O'Neil, you've got Natalia, you've got Big E, Bray Wyatt, Bo Dallas, Mike Rotunda. God, Roman Reigns spent some time here. I'm trying to think of.
I think Roman Reigns still lives in Brandon. I think Roman Reigns still either has a place or lives in Brandon.
There's something. There's something. Or at least he spends a lot of time around here.
Right.
Samoa Joe's around here. So,
yeah. The Briscoe had an auto body shop,
hold
right?
on. Jerry and Jack Briscoe.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you go to the old timer, yeah. I think Dusty Rhodes spent some time here. But there is no Lummy, there is no list if you go wrestlers from Tampa.
They just start. It's always articles.
We could start making the list, Bubba.
No, it's okay.
We'll start the list and put it online for the next guy that's looking for
the next guy.
Yeah.
So anyway, Rock and boy, talk about star-studded. Rock and Leonardo DiCaprio, Emily Blunt.
Dude, anything DiCaprio's in is serious. So I'm really interested to see how him and The Rock play off each other.
Oh, I think wonderful.
And The Rock's going to be on SmackDown tonight, which is always a big deal.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Working or just promoing?
Oh, well, no, he doesn't. He's not wrestling. He's coming out to talk and
promo.
Maybe set the stage for WrestleMania. Maybe not. We'll see.
I know it's probably dated, but I watched a Rock CM Punk promo. And CM Punk was really, really owning him, man. He's like, I don't care about your stupid little fairy tale sayings. And I don't care about what you want to shine up. And I don't care about what you want to stick it. You're just a little walking one-liner machine. You're a joke. You're a bitch. Do you remember that one, Seth, at all?
I don't, but that sounds like CM Punk for sure.
Let me see if you can real fast Google before I go into words. CM Punk cuts promo on The Rock, and Seth, he completely had The Rock locked up.
The worst one of all time, Bubba, is John Cena. He was going. He had a promo with The Rock, and The Rock wrote some stuff on his hand, and John Cena called him out that he couldn't even remember his promo, and he had to write it on his hand. And The Rock was so mad because he
got called out.
Yeah, he was upset that Cena kind of broke whatever wall.
Broke kayfabe.
Yeah, broke that. And
it's called kayfabe.
He was mad. Kayfabe. He was mad for a very long time at John Cena, and I think they're cool now. There you go. End of story.
So he broke kayfabe.
Yeah.
Let me. Do you have that?
Is this the one CM Punk roast The Rock?
I think it might be, man. And he absolutely owns The Rock. Here we go. Hold on. Let me see if I hear this one or not. Damn it. Where's my cursor? My coaster. All right. Damn it.
Oh,
here we go.
Good to be alive in Chicago on a Monday night. You're great on the mic. You're great even at commentary. Why don't you try to be a referee? And I wonder,
This was when
Is there a title match at WrestleMania that maybe needs the most impartial referee? I don't know.
Is it? Let me. This is The Rock. The Rock actually gets in the ring with CM Punk.
Okay.
The Rock is actually in the ring with CM Punk and cut. What is this?
Hell yeah, brother. You're on the policeman phone.
Let me see. Tony Stewart and Dale Jr. Guest appearance on Cletus. Let me see here.
12 tries, one in. First try.
There's Tony right there. This must have been when they were down there practicing for the Bradenton run.
The right rear's in. Right rear's in. Number 4.
Is Tony
Oh, you lost it. And then from 10 feet to here, I'm like, I think we missed it. We haven't had to call.
Whoa.
Anyway, have you found it?
I think this is it. I don't know. I can't hear it, but he comes in the ring. It's 13 minutes.
Yeah. This is it.
Okay.
Hold on.
Because here's the truth about Las Vegas. Here's the truth about the WWE is that it doesn't.
Now, is CM Punk still a player, or did he stiff himself out of the business?
No, he's back.
Oh, he's back?
Oh, yeah.
They need him. They really need it. Let me see if does the Rock come to the? Yeah, here we go.
The ring, yeah.
Here we go. I just want to wait for when CM Punk gets the mic back. I don't know if this is the one that I saw or not, but we're going to see.
WWE Champion. Unlike a lot of people, I'm glad you're back.
This is it. God, this is straight money when I watch. When's The Rock going to let go of the third person, Willie?
I mean, it's been working.
I know. But isn't that a great promo that somebody, nobody's ever cut a promo on him like that?
I was doing some research here.
Yeah.
And I know so you might be right with The Rock in Tampa.
Oh, hold on. Wait a minute.
So his dad did.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I like when I'm right.
So
a lot of people think I just blow a bunch of shiz out of my mouth.
So his dad.
But I have an insider track to the business, as I used to be one of the boys a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. So his dad did die in Lutz.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
And it looks like he came back and he was living in Tampa because he was considered the first he was considered Florida's first African American wrestler, like champion.
Right.
From Tampa. And it looks like he was living in Tampa he had a place here in the 70s and 80s.
Yep.
It doesn't say town of country.
That would have
made
made Rock like in middle school.
Yeah.
How about that, bitches?
And Rock might have come out and lived with him and gone back and forth.
He said, but he doesn't even.
Well, it doesn't say like, hey, The Rock lived here.
Right,
with
exactly.
His dad lived here.
All I did know is that The Rock, in a conversation I was having with him, said that some of the most miserable times of his life is when he lived in a little house in town and country with his dad, and at that time, his dad's new wife, and he was going to middle school, and he absolutely hated it. And lived here for like 3 or 4 years. That came from The Rock. Now, whether you can wiki that, whether you can't or not.
No, you can wiki it. It's just not there.
The Bubba, the Bubba is right. I'm just telling you.
Okay. I hope so.
It's looking like it.
It's looking like it, kid. Appreciate it. Back after these words.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Travis.
I'm in the Nation of Domination.
That was a horrible group. Debo. Was that guy who's in Debo, the little teeny one?
D'Lo Brown?
Was it D'Lo Brown?
Might be. He was in the Nation.
Yeah, him, Mark Henry.
And Ron Simmons.
Yeah.
Farouk, I think he went by.
It was against DX was going Trug. That was their battle.
Yeah. Shit, what was I looking up?
Not racist at all. White group versus black group.
Oh, yeah. Elimination Chamber. Elimination Chamber is March 1st. Gotta watch. Gotta see what The Rock says tonight. Gotta see if he's involved in WrestleMania. I'm hearing he's not. Hearing scheduling conflicts.
How about Undertaker?
Nah, he's retired.
The Taker?
Yeah, they don't roll him out anymore.
He still acts like he's in pretty good shape.
No, he's good. He's just not. His last few matches were tough. But they also had him wrestle Roman Reigns for like an hour or so.
Is Joey Bosa getting cut from the
Chargers? No.
Where'd you see that at?
Are you on your Packers fan page on the Facebook?
No, love.
Is the Packers going to pick up Bosa?
His fan page has the Packers getting T. Higgins, Bosa. Dave, I think it's Seth Rollins, CM Punk, Roman Reigns, Drew McIntyre. It's a pretty heavy hitting one.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Starting Monday, I'll start handing out 2 tickets a day for the Gator Nationals, the NHRA Gator Nationals. That'll be Thursday the 6th, all March, of course. Thursday the 6th. Here's the dates that you can choose to go to. Once you win, I'll forward your information to Joshua, who's a PR guy for NHRA. You get the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday to pick. Start handing out 2 of those a day. The annual Gator Nationals Gainesville, March 6th through the 9th. If you want to go to that, man, don't buy them yet. See if you can win them. And that starts on Monday. Oh, so sorry.
Oh, no, you...
Hold on. So, everybody knows a lot of times when a player gets traded or is an unrestricted free agent and goes to another team, a lot of times the number that he has grown up with or has been his number all of his career or his most recent number or anything like that, a guy on his new team has it. And it's like the team tries to stay out of it. The team, I don't think, has a mandate where the guy on the team has to give it to the new guy. It's just kind of an underwritten professional etiquette code where the new player, who is usually getting a large amount of money, and the other guy who's probably not really that big of a superstar or might be, usually they work it out amongst themselves. Like, is I've heard, $10,000, $5,000.
Oh man, it's more
new cars, $100,000. Like it ranges. I've heard from as low as a kicker that gives like $5,000 to a dude, and then a guy that gives a brand new Lamborghini to a guy. So it fluctuates, probably based on the new guy coming in, his new deal, right, Seth? Like, if you signed a 1 year, $1.5 million deal, well, that's different than what Soto just signed, correct?
Yeah, it's always different. When Shohei signed with the Dodgers, I think Joe Kelly had his number, and I feel like Shohei bought Joe Kelly's wife some sort of very expensive car. There's always a lot of money that gets involved in it, and sometimes guys won't give up their number, and guys have to pick something else.
Right, that's rare, but it does happen.
Yeah.
So Brett Batty, who was number 22 for the Mets, he had number 22. Well, they brought in Juan Soto. For the largest in I think maybe next to
Shohei.
Shohei, next to Shohei, this might be the largest baseball deal ever.
I think it's the most money, but it's also more years, right?
Yeah, it's the most money, but more years.
So
it's like $750 million, maybe.
Right. So Juan Soto needed to make a deal with Brett Batty to get. If Juan Soto wanted to continue to wear number 22. Here is the exchange that happened yesterday. Hold on. So this is Brett Batty. Now, Lummy, is he just kind of
he's only been in the league a year or two.
Yeah,
right. What I'm saying is he's not he's not all that. He's barely on the team.
Baseball players make good money, but this is still a big deal for a kid.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, no, you didn't.
He was a first-round pick.
No, you didn't. My guy.
And there's Juan Soto all in his number 22 Mets uniform. Obviously, they set it up to be a media event.
I'll tell you I got it.
I don't know what kind of car it is. Is it a new Escalade? Is it a new...
Is it a Range Rover?
Oh, my God, man.
It's got its own rock screener built in.
Look at this thing.
It's got a power screen Florida rock screener?
Yeah, you just hit a button. Boom.
This is sick, bro. I just appreciate it. Thank you for the number, I really appreciate it. Yeah. It's the first one I ever wear.
Now, I wonder what number, Brett Batty goes to.
He doesn't care.
Yeah,
he probably wants 69, and he'll let Juan Soto pick it for him.
Want to give you something nice.
Yeah, I mean, he bet at 229. He's hoping he just gets a number.
Tell me how I look.
He's hoping he just makes the team.
Yeah, exactly.
I gotta tell you,
this isn't his parting gift.
I got to be honest. If I was Soto, I'd buy a car for everybody on the team. I mean, that's really not even. That's probably like just a 2-day paycheck for him.
Right. That's nothing.
Why not?
That's one at bat.
That builds team chemistry.
Yeah.
In the driver's seat. I gotta see.
Because I think the active roster, I think when you cut it down after spring training, I think, what is it, 29, Lummy? Or 20,
25 or 26.
Yeah, 26.
It's in that range. And let's say, Seth, you bought everybody a $150,000 car, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a nice car by all means.
Oh yeah.
So Lummy, what's 150,000 times 25? That's $3.7 million.
That's nothing for him.
That's nothing.
Nothing.
That's one at bat, right?
Yeah, I mean, dude, don't forget you got the managers, the coaches, the equipment staff, the front. I mean,
the
dude,
clubhouse boys,
entire organization. He wouldn't even feel it.
No.
Oh, the bow's a nice touch.
Oh, this is crazy.
I wish, Lummy, they would show what kind of car it is. They're kind of
I think that's an Escalade.
They're kind of kayfabing the Chevy emblem or the Escalade emblem or whatever.
It's so weird. Soto's in his full uniform. Like I don't know.
They did it for a PR purpose.
I didn't know if they were playing, or if
there's no. I don't think. Well, you know what? I think pitchers and catchers are.
Yeah, but they don't put their full uniform on.
That's true. That's like his full game opening day uniform.
Right.
Right.
That's the most shocking thing about this. All
was he in cleats too?
Yeah, he's
I
casually standing in full uniform in the parking lot.
Right. Like, Lummy, they leave it right out where you could put the emblem in. back here, I got a duffel bag full of 50 grand back here. He is wearing tennis shoes, Seth. He's not quite.
Okay?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Now, let me. When you play ball, were you a wear the pants all the way down to the ankles, or were you a knee high with the strap gimmick?
Oh, we had to wear whatever the pitcher felt like.
Oh, so you had to wear so that you matched the pitcher.
Correct. The
What if
pitcher
he got,
got to
what,
pick.
what if he got yanked after the third?
It did. Whoever started the game is what we had to copy.
So you enjoy. No, thank you. You're the man.
We always had the to the knee and then the pull up stirrups. The stirrups,
Yeah.
the stirrup socks. That's what we always had.
Well, when I was in college playing, it was during the steroid era, and that's when the real baggy pants were in for
Right.
like Manny Ramirez, and they would put them around their cleats. So we usually had to wear baggy pants.
You're the man. See you around. Yeah, let's have a great year.
Juan Soto has his name on his belt.
Yeah, I know. It's
Man, that's wild.
Wow. Don't forget, Lummy, we're at nearly 1,000 watching on YouTube. Make sure that you go over there and hit the thumbs up button. We're trying to hit 1,000 for the third day in a row. Appreciate you. If you watch us on YouTube, which is at the Bubba Army,
So-
also subscribe and maybe even join, get a membership. I know that Larry Bueller, the Sub King, threw out 50 memberships a few days ago.
Thank you. And it looks like it was a Chevy Tahoe, not an Escalade.
Yeah, like why did they try? They like deliberately cut out.
Maybe he didn't get a deal with the Chevy dealership
Yeah.
and said, "Screw you off."
Maybe. Hi, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, it's Bob. You guys mentioned Juan Soto being in uniform yesterday. They may have had a scrimmage because the first spring training game was played yesterday. The Cubs and the Dodgers. I know he's not either one of those, but they may have had like
They
scrimmage
may have had
against,
like an inter scrimmage game or something like that.
Yeah. So, spring training just got popped off yesterday. So,
Man, we're already there. Spring
Yeah,
training, and then
I
it
know.
goes all through. It goes through all through March, and then usually opening day is the first couple days of April. Usually.
Yep. Yeah, I think we get like 42 days or something like that, right?
Right. Let me opening day for the Rays have already denoted that they're playing all of their home games at the Tampa Tarpon Stadium, right?
Yes, they are.
And I guess they're like sold out, aren't they?
Yeah, but they're sold out for season tickets. They have individual tickets, but good luck getting them.
Are the Tampa Tarpons playing there this year?
No. Anyway, Bob, thank you. I appreciate it.
They're playing at the practice field.
I heard all the Tampa Tarpon games, if they conflict with a Rays game, then they get played at their where they practice.
Yeah, right next door.
So, but doesn't have near the seating.
No, not at all.
It literally has like two little sections of bleachers that you would see at your local, ballpark, at your local Little League park.
It's where Hillsborough Community College plays their games. So,
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty
You know
small.
who has a pretty nice facility, actually? University of Tampa.
Oh, they just put a ton of money into it.
Oh, my God. They're, Seth, I don't know if you knew this, but they're a Division II.
Oh, yeah, they win the national championship like almost every year, don't they?
Yeah, oh, my God, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're studs.
And they got a really nice, me and Russ went over there one time for batting practice, and they got a really nice facility.
Yeah, they do. And they have a lot of former major leaguers that played for them.
University of Tampa's got a great roster of former alumni that went on to the major leagues. Did you see this? Miss Florida contestant Candace Fredrickson died in a car crash 3 minutes from her home. Supposedly, her car crashed, went over the center line and went right into a semi.
Up in the Panhandle, Fort Walton area.
Yeah, Candace Fredrickson, a Miss Florida Teen USA contestant, which if you look at her, I'm not trying to fret on her if she's 17 and below, but if she's 18, 19, which I'm assuming she's might
18.
be. All right. She's very beautiful. Well, even if she was 17, I could say that she's attractive. I'm not trying to do anything with her.
Well, obviously.
Very beautiful. A Florida Miss Teen USA contestant died in a car crash just 3 minutes from home, says her mom, Lisa. Lisa, 48, spoke with People for the story published on Wednesday, February 19th, just, a couple days ago, after Candace's death at the age of 18. So she was 18. The teen was driving in the Santa Rosa County on Monday, February 17th, which was just this past Monday, when her car went over the center line and crashed head-on into a tractor trailer. She was pronounced dead at the scene.
Oof.
She was literally 3 minutes from home. I have no idea what happened. Now, they didn't happen to have any snow or anything like that up there. I think that's all been, that was a week or two ago, was it not?
Yes. So.
Neither did nobody knows what happened, nor did the Florida Highway Patrol when they filed their report on Monday's crash, stating that Candace's vehicle had crossed into the opposite lane for unknown reasons. Lisa adopted Candace 7 years ago. Her daughter had been abused earlier in her childhood. In 2024, Candace was a finalist for the Miss Florida USA teen title and also crowned Miss Oskaloosa County, which that's the county that Fort Walton Beach is in.
Yes, it is.
So she's like, representing that area.
Yes.
So this is a huge tragedy up there for our Fort Walton Beach affiliate.
Mm-hmm.
She came home one day and said, Mama, can I do a beauty pageant? And I said, well, yeah, but if you do a beauty pageant, you have to talk in front of people, because she didn't like to talk a whole lot. Well, they're just, kind of going back to, reminiscing about her. She wanted to be a veterinarian. I don't know if she went to college anywhere.
Looks like she got a full ride to Mississippi State.
For what? Full ride for being hot?
Yes, pretty much.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hey, what'd you get? Full ride softball, basketball,
volleyball?
Being
hot.
What?
I was hot.
You got a full ride hot scholarship?
Yeah.
Man.
I'm in Florida. I'm hot.
The day before she died, she had been awarded a full ride scholarship at Mississippi State University, one of 9 colleges that had accepted her as a student. Our pageant community has lost a beautiful soul. She was ambitious, driven, and a leader among pageant sisters. They continued. Our thoughts and prayers with the family, friends, and all who are mourning this devastating loss. I wonder if, I would think if there was alcohol in play, they would have mentioned that.
Yeah.
I wonder if she just kind of lost control of her car.
Was text messaging?
Maybe text message. I'm not going to start speculating bad things, but I'm going to start speculating on what would cause you to cross the center line and go onto a semi. Hello. 813-90 Bubba. You're
Bubba,
on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
One quick thing I wanted to ask you, because I got late for work, but I wanted to ask you, Trump fired like 7,000 IRS workers or whatnot. Does that affect your IRS situation?
Yep.
Good or bad?
Bad.
Good.
My my IRS person that's handling my case is no longer working with the IRS. I got that note yesterday. So now I have to start all over again.
Ouch.
Well, don't you think they might just say, screw it?
No.
We're not going to F with this guy?
Nope. You got a 2-year limit of statute. You have a 2-year statute of limitations after you file your offer of compromise. I filed my offer of compromise in August of last year. So if they keep screwing around and not taking it, I have another, year and a half to go of them not doing anything before it gets kicked out. But chances are I'm going to get assigned to a new IRS person, and I'll have to start over all again. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but if you explain to the IRS person what's the new one, what's going on, they might just say, we're just going to close this thing. It's not worth it.
Sir?
I don't know. I'm trying to be positive for you.
I know, but sir, let's just analyze exactly what your very first words that you uttered out of your mouth was. Let's see if we can explain to an IRS agent. IRS agents, you can't explain to. They explain to you. They are not in the business of listening, my friend. This is going on a 3-year deal with me, and it's just like, and they keep, and the thing is like, okay, we want 2023 and 2024 all personal bank statements, so we give them to them. Then 6 months later, they'll come back and say, we want all 2023 and 2024 personal bank statements. We're like, we already give them to you. Well, we can't find them. We need them again. It's just unbelievable. I can't buy any crypto. I can't save any money. I can't buy anything. I can't do anything.
All because of Sleepy Joe.
No, not necessarily. Just all because of the IRS, regardless of who's running it. Sleepy Joe brought in 96,000 new IRS agents. One of those agents is the one that flagged me. Now that agent's been fired, and I'll get a new agent, maybe. So it's you can't blame it on anybody other than the IRS in itself. It's ridiculous.
Well, I hope things work out.
I don't think that. Thank you, buddy. I don't think that no matter what you are, what you identify as, Republican, Democrat, I think everybody has the common mindset of when you hear the three letters IRS. I don't think any administration has ever ran it correctly. I don't think any administration has made their IRS be like they sat down with the IRS director and said, let's not be pushovers to the American public, but let's work with them, especially good ones. Now, you certainly get bad IRS people that the IRS are looking into, fraudsters and people that are, taking their PPM loans and buying $8 million worth of stuff. And yeah, now those people be mean too. But your average person that's trying to, I'm trying. I've offered them a settlement. And it's a large amount of my savings. And so, I'm not trying to hide. They seem to think that I have this offshore account crypto. And I've shown them, I only bought my crypto through, and I know it's very, very rudimentary, but I bought my crypto through Robinhood and Coinbase. That's the only two places that I bought it. And I've given them every 1099 and every form, every statement from both accounts. I've never bought crypto from anywhere else. I've shown them that I sold my crypto to pay them off in what they wanted the first time, and they still think we think Mr. Clem's got another crypto account. Well, they can.
Well, they know that you bought $500,000 worth of Hawk Tua meme coin, Bubba. So they know you pulled the rug out.
Well,
on
I'm going to
everybody
be getting a big Schedule K, loss.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Here's the thing, Lummy. For 2 years after I settle with them, they can take any rebate I have, and for 3 years after, so for 5 years. Anything that I would potentially get a rebate on, they can take for 5 years. Let's not forget, the reason why I'm in this predicament is because this little kicker law. I settled with the IRS in 2018. And the agent actually came up here and met with me and Tom Bean's upstairs office, okay, which is now the Crick's merch deal. And wrote him a check because, I got a settlement on a lawsuit. I'm just going to say that. And so I took the majority of that settlement money and wrote them a check, and he said, "You're good. You're good. You've paid off your employee escrow." That's what they were most mad about. I gotten behind on that. You've paid off all that, and you're good. They gave me a little bit of a discount. They gave me like a $50,000 discount.
Wow.
To pay them all off. Paid them off. Boom, wrote a check. But there's this little kicker of a law that you don't know, that within a 5-year period after you settle, if your business starts doing good again, they can go back and collect the discount that they gave you. And hardly anybody gets, they don't do it till it's very uncommon for them to do it. But when you're one of 96,000 new IRS employees that Biden hired, and they tell you to go back and look at all cold case files and all settlements and see if there's any money on that vine, well, that's what I got looped into. So now I'm fighting something that I actually settled back in 2018.
That's ridiculous.
It is. It's I don't even know how I got taught. Now I'm in a bad mood.
Thanks a lot, Dave.
Thanks, Kamala.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Especially with these.
Man.
February 1, you won't start racing. We don't have enough time. I get it. If you're going to race, everybody's going to race. But there's not enough family time. We are going on the road enough. We need to be at home with our family at least half of December because we got PRI, we got this, but Christmas and then take off home. What's wrong with it? Nothing.
I only think we need to go to Volusia once. We don't need to go to Volusia twice. And get something that's East Bay equivalent. I mean, this place is supposed to be the East Bay replacement, but it's not as racy as East Bay is. And that's the tough part. It doesn't have the same ambiance. It doesn't have that same feel.
The biggest deal is I feel like that it should have started a little later and they need 30 degrees to come 40, so it's not that big a deal. So I think everything needs to be pushed back. I think we need to work harder and figure out how to make all the races least pay 10. So I feel like that. I know it's very tough with a lot of these places around here to be able to pay 10 grand on Monday or Tuesday, but maybe them races don't need to happen and focus on the weekend races, I don't really know. I'm never going to say get rid of races in Florida because where I cut my teeth, I love racing at home. I love racing every race I can. I keep hearing about speed weeks should be shorter, speed weeks should be this should be the speeding schedule. In a perfect, look at that one. In a perfect world, what does speed weeks look like to a guy that's been coming here your whole life, basically? It don't need to be in January, that's for sure. It is what it is. It's been the same forever, so why change it now? We usually always plan on coming down for about a month or whatever, but it needs to be closer to February. So the 500 is the 15th next year, though, right? Yeah. So that only, now Volusia's up to the 8th, so now Lucas is going to run, and you only want it to be in February, and they got 7 days. So you've got to race in January a little, don't you, or no? Maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. I understand what they're basing that, the 500. That's right. Yeah, but, I don't mind, at the end, towards the end of January, but, man, it just seems like we're, like this year, we're the 15th or 17th of January, so. You prefer 25, 24, yeah. 100%. Right now, to me, it's way too much racing. Honestly, it needs to back off, not multiple weeks down here. It's almost a month deal now, or more. So, these teams, I know they come down here and they bust their butts, and they prepare for this. I know several months in advance for all this, but when you spend so much money on tires and your cars and your bodies and graphics, everything, and you're down here for a solid month, it's tough on a team to do all this. And back in the day when I started, it was just a couple weeks and it's over with. You go to East Bay, run all week, and maybe a little bit of raw or here or there, and pollution, of course, but now all these tracks want to get in on a piece of the pie, and everybody wants to be down here and do this and do that. It's great for the fans. I understand that. It's awesome. Look at this beautiful weather. But to me, it's an awful lot of racing. If you're struggling, it can put you behind before the year even starts. You're right. The racing world needs to be during December because it's a big deal. So it's a nice little pick and run deal in December. I feel like we need to, January.
Bro, do you want some donuts? The new intern guy brought some donuts from 7-Eleven.
I'm sitting here in a minute.
All right. We didn't, but no.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
As we went into commercials, we were talking about my IRS situations. Well, there's a story today. Trump wants to abolish the IRS, which on the surface is great. Yeah, perfect. Woo. But he wants to replace it with tariffs, and I don't know if that's going to work. America raises about $3 trillion each year in income taxes, but they also happen to import about $3 trillion worth of goods annually. So that means that the tariffs would have to be at least 100% of all imported goods to replace the income taxes. I don't know, man. I think they should go to a flat tax, meaning like there's a 20% national sales tax on anything you buy.
Holy hell.
No, but hold on, Seth. If you don't buy anything, and there's a lot of things. I actually Neil Bortz it was I don't even know if it's still around. It was fairtax.org, and he went on and did a 20% national sales tax, and then they exempt some things like power, fuel, food, education, medical. There's some things that like your grocery bill, food's not part of the national. But you go out and buy a new boat, it's going to cost you 20% more.
Don't you think it would just lead to more under the table and cash transactions for people to get around at 20%?
No, because those people that's where it completely gets everybody, because you got to buy that boat. That
boat was already taxed.
And that boat was already taxed. So
whether you're a billionaire or you're a poor person, same. Across the board.
You can't skirt things that you buy. The billionaire needs to buy groceries, and the guy that makes $15,000 needs to buy groceries. But I guess groceries are out of it. But the guy that makes $15,000 has to go out and buy some things at Lowe's to fix up his barn, and the guy that's a multi-zillionaire needs to buy a $45 million plane. Both get taxed 20%. And, I think that would be, then you control how much taxes you pay. If you're very much a thrifty person that doesn't buy anything outside of the untaxed category, education, food, medical supplies, power, and things like that, and you live frugally, you don't really pay much tax. If you make $1,000 a month, $1,000 a week, you keep $1,000. But to just uniformly start putting tariffs on things, I think is a recipe for disaster.
You're coming in our pockets either way. You're stealing from us. There's no right or wrong way to steal, whether it's the IRS, whether it's tariffs, whatever it is. We're coughing up our cash to you because you were here first.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't. I'd love to abolish the IRS, but you have to replace it with something. And I think tariffs he's thinking about I saw that Trump's thinking about putting a lumber tariff. That's going to kill housing. He's already he's lifted his 10% or 25% tariff on Mexico and Canada temporarily, but that may go back into effect.
Oh, I think after Canada beat USA last night, I bet they're going to get slapped with something today. He's not going to take that one lying down.
Yeah, you're pretty much right. So we were talking about earlier today, and I think it's the clickbait. But by the way, nearly 1,000 people watching on our YouTube channel, and only 381. What do we got? Here? I'd like to hit 1,000 today. Now we don't have the baby face, we don't have the Tuttle, and we were supposed to have the Gene Lasker, but Gene's got 103 temperature. Now,
wow!
But we do have Kevin Hazlett at 8:30. I got 386. What do you got, Lummy?
Yeah, I got 389
which is
now.
only 38.7%.
400 now.
40%.
Yeah.
Even when we were not doing so swell, we were in the 50 percentiles. So people aren't as aggressive today on the thumbing. Please. Hit
a thumbs up.
Give us a thumbs up. Here is Jesse Waters, which is one of Lummy's favorite guys, in his report of Trump's first 30 days, not even 100.
I think I've been working on getting him. I think Fox does not like you, but he is. I definitely know that he used to listen to you.
Really?
Because he talks about how he used to listen to the Howard channels back when it first started in Sirius, and how he was a huge Howard mark.
Really?
Yeah.
What's going on over there, Bubba?
Yeah, I hear.
What's that?
What you got going on over there?
I was looking at something.
Yeah, I hear.
What's that?
What you got going on over there?
I was looking at something. Now we got to reverb Willie. So let me keep working on Jesse.
I am.
Yeah.
Have you caught your breath yet? It's been 1 month since Trump was sworn in.
I do think that we've had maybe more executive orders than CNN has viewers each night. So hello to our friends at CNN.
You notice, man, J.D. Vance really has been kind of put on the back burner. I think Trump has said, hey, J.D., I got this. Just look good and shut up.
Yeah, they've kind of sent J.D. Vance off to Europe. And,
right. Just go over there and fiddle mess around.
Trump signed more executive orders in the first 30 days than every president since the...
So if you look at this, man, executive orders, not even what our clickbait says the first 100 days. We should have, that would actually be 30. He's actually, today is his 31st day.
Nice.
He took over January 20th. Today's February 21st. So executive orders signed in the first 30 days. Bush is last. That's H.
Yeah.
Herbert Walker. Clinton, first term. Clinton, second term. W, first term. W, second term. Obama. Biden. Trump.
Oof.
Trump's near 80. Biden was at 30.
Jeez.
Which just goes to show you that from here to here, from Bush to Obama, it wasn't an all stakes, we hate the other guy's an imbecile. No, there wasn't a lot to change. Bush was not that good of a president. Clinton came in, the bar's a little high, but it was like 10. Then Clinton, obviously he's not going to come in and change a bunch of his own stuff on the second term, so it's even lower.
Why is it leaving out Trump's first term?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking up now.
Yeah. That you know what? Great
Chub
point.
it up, spice, $10.
But, like Seth, if you look at this, it just goes to show you that they weren't that far apart on policy, because they didn't, from Bush to Obama, you really didn't change a lot. The guy would come in his first term, make a few changes. That's why their first term bars are a little bit higher. But, for the most part, look at Obama. It looks like he might have been around, 17, 18, something like that.
Yeah.
Biden comes in Now, this is what I don't understand.
He did 12. So Trump did 12 his first 30 days. Yeah.
All right. So it just goes to show you how polarized and how different we are and how messed up we are, according to the new leaders felt that the old people the people they took over from are so messed up that you got to come in with nearly 80 of them, because the guy before you was an absolute buffoon. Whereas these guys, Clinton was like, oh, wait, Bush was, I got like 8 to sign. And then, Clinton's only going to sign a couple on his second term because he's, regulating himself. Then George W. comes in and he's like, I gotta make a few changes from Clinton, maybe whatever. And then the second term, he's not going to correct himself. And then Obama comes in and he's like, I got to make some changes. Bush was a little whacked on some stuff. And then Obama didn't make any changes at all, hardly, on his second term, because he'd be correcting himself. Then Biden comes in, and this is the disparagement here. Biden felt as if Obama, that just goes to show you.
No, that Trump goes between there.
Yeah, Trump had, 12?
12, yeah.
All right. So still, that's maybe right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Still right here.
He's even with Obama's first.
Then Biden comes in, and Biden's like, man, I got to be more left than I've ever been before, and signs all these, over 30 of them. And then Trump comes in and says, man, I got to de-left and de-weirdo our country. Our country is weird. We are weird. I got to come in here with nearly 80 of these bitches and de-weird our country.
The 80s combined. And we can already see the change.
Criminals are going home. The border is sealed shut. America is safe, sovereign, proud, and free. We are a nation that everyone in the world understands all across this planet. You do not come here illegally. You will not get in. You will go to jail. You will go home. You will not succeed.
I like that message. Stay away. Stay away. Do not. We are closed. We have to fix us first. And that includes getting a lot of you out of here. Period. Then we can start triculating you back in. Let's just go, instead of going to the prisons and stuff, let's go to the fields and the roofs and some of these jobs that white and black and Mexican and Americans, that Americans will not work, that these immigrants will. And instead of, ICE rolling up to a handyman roofing site, Lummy, and those guys jumping off the roof and running, let's just say, whoa, hold on. Everybody.
Who's a good guy here? Because you're going to get your green card.
Right. Listen, we're going to run a background check on you, make sure you hadn't done anything, killed somebody in, Oregon. But, if you're just a roofer and you're busting your ass, today's your lucky day. Today isn't a day you got to jump off the roof and start running. Today's a day we're going to sign you up. You're good. You go to work every day. You're busting your ass.
The positive thing is I was talking to this kid, this Venezuelan my dad had working on his plaza, and he came over and he's working on his citizenship, but he came over through the border. He didn't speak much English, but I guess that's how a lot of the guys that are working on the roofs and stuff, they've all put in the paperwork.
Okay, good.
Which is good.
That's what we need to do.
Yeah.
Let's get you papered up. Let's get you good immigrants papered up. Signed, sealed, and delivered. You don't got nothing to worry about. And let's go out and get these ones that are running and committing crimes and doing nothing. And let's get them the hell out of here.
This is the biggest and most successful change in any area of law enforcement that this nation has ever seen, and he did it in under 1 month.
The America we knew under Joe Biden's vanish. Poof, like that. President Trump's first month in office has exceeded the wildest dreams of his most loyal supporters and the darkest nightmares of his fiercest detractors. The America that Joe Biden left behind on Jan 20th is no longer recognizable, erased in 4 frenetic weeks by an empowered, implacable, and historically popular MAGA presidency. The White House celebrated the 1-month anniversary by handing out 9-page packets full of Trump's accomplishments. Gave it to the press. Doubt they'll report on it, so I will. Here's some highlights. Border secured, hostages returned, girls' sports saved, DEI dead, fraud doged, cabinet cleared, hundreds of billions of foreign investment secured, drill, baby, drill, and paper straws canceled, just to name a few. The president also honored Black History Month today with a very special guest.
Is there anybody like our Tiger? How are you?
Tiger Woods.
Would you want to just say a couple of words, Tiger? He doesn't.
Is that Tiger Woods?
Yeah, Tiger Woods.
So he brings Tiger Woods in to celebrate Black History.
Yeah, why not, right?
Not a bad call.
No.
I would have brought Shaq in. I would have brought Shaq and Charles in.
Yeah.
They're doing a Kobe Bryant statue.
Yeah, they are.
That's very on point. Very much so.
He's much more comfortable. Tiger.
Hey, it's an honor to be.
Just want to let you know that I went through sexual addiction rehab, and after I completed that, then everybody forgave me for what I did, and then I went out and won the Masters at 42, 43.
I'm sorry, I put all Perkins out of business.
Yeah, Perkins and Waffle Houses.
I put them all out of business, and I got my Medal of Honor here and whole 9 yards.
Here, it's an honor to be here with you, Mr. President, and to be honored here with all of you. Thank you so much.
Things are going so well, he's thinking about never leaving
I won't be happy the next time. Should I run again? You tell me.
See, shut up.
Yeah, it's not going to help anything.
Shut up. Just be quiet. Do your 4. Kick ass on your 4. Get a lot of stuff done. Get some good stuff done. Turn us into a less weird country. And hand it over to J.D. Vance, and we'll see if he can win the GOP primary or not. And the Democrats right now need to be circling the wagons and trying to find somebody, because they're screwed. Like, is there anybody right now? Let's just be totally honest and totally rack our brains as to who does the Democratic National Committee have in mind to run in 3.5 years.
What, Kamala and
Kamala, Buttigieg,
and then
Gavin Newsom,
yep.
None of which are like just no-brainers. None of which are like, oh God, yeah, of course, that's the guy. When they were grooming Barack, you were like, oh my God, you can see what they're doing. They're grooming this fresh-faced senator from Illinois, and he's got an unbelievable communication. Like, he can communicate great, he can talk great.
Uncle Eric, $100.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you. He's a Harvard grad. You could see it. You can't necessarily see who they're, and they need to be doing it now. They need to be finding that next,
I think it's time to finally give Bernie a chance.
I think Bernie will be 90, I think, at that point.
He's not. He hasn't slowed down a bit.
He hasn't.
I don't know.
He's as angry as ever.
I don't know. But there should be, right now, off the top of our heads, we should all be able to say, blam! That's who they're grooming. You can see them doing it. Is it Buttigieg?
They said Shapiro, that Obama wants Shapiro. He's kind of grooming Shapiro.
Okay. But none of us know that. It's not prevalently known.
We're only 5 minutes into this movie, and we already want to know what the sequel's going to be like.
Yeah, but on other instances when we knew who that was going to be 5 minutes into it. They need all of this time to start shining up their guy. And their guy needs to be on the news every night that Trump's on the news combating what he's doing.
Stephen A. Smith got 2%
I saw that
poll.
No, you shouldn't run again. That's a narcissistic, stupid-ass statement that you shouldn't utter. That's why people hate you at times.
Yes.
When you say stuff like this. Be presidential. You can't run again. You can't. There's an amendment that they made. What are you going to be so goddamn narcissistic that you're going to have that amendment turn so that you can be a dictator?
But what
you got one shot.
What happens if he doesn't leave? Like, what do they do? I mean, do they?
No, they
don't physically remove you.
The hell they don't.
No, they can because it goes against the Constitution.
Yeah. Whew. They can have a sergeant of arms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
FDR put it in there.
There's your controversy right there. There's your controversy.
See, and then these stupid MAGA bastards, 4 more years. Shut up. We got 3.75 years to fix. 3.75 years to fix. Then you're out of here.
Yeah.
This is what makes him look stupid.
And
honest to God, listen, I support the guy. I like what he's doing. I like how he's in there boss hogging. I like him. I like his first 30 days. I like the stuff that he signed. I like it all. But I hate this. This is what makes him stupid at times. Like, he should just be saying, no, you guys know I can't. You guys know I can't do it. But I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna get JD in there. Now, see, that would be okay.
Yeah.
We're going to get JD in there. He's very capable, very good guy from Ohio.
I don't know, Bubba. You saw how it ended with Mike Pence. Yeah, I don't know. You don't know how it's going to end with JD Vance.
Well,
right
Elon
Musk could be his boy coming out of it.
Yeah.
Well, but you know what? Maybe Tulsi Gabbard does pretty well, and she comes up first woman.
I just want to let you know you're going to be in good hands, whoever we select. JD obviously is the guy, but things could change. But I certainly can't run again, as you know, but I'm going to do whatever I can in the next 4 years to make America great again. Now, that'd be great. Nobody could get up his ass on that. Nobody could say anything. They'd be like, you know what? That's what he's supposed to say. But he lives in this disco fantasy land where he's like such a narcissistic megalomaniac that he can't even, like, he gets off on this stuff.
He loves it.
4 more years. That's right. Let's see if we can just go ahead and turn the amendment around. I'll do 4 more years. And then after that, I'll do another 4. And then I'll probably be about 95. And I think I'll be about maybe time to give it over to somebody else. But even me being 95 is better than any Democrat you could put up there. They're all a bunch of jokesters. They want to cut your son's penis off and make him a girl at 6. Not going to do it. No, you idiot. You're not bigger than the system.
Nope.
You're not bigger than whatever amendment it is that a president can only do 2 terms. You're not. You're not bigger than that. So don't even entertain it. Have a educated presidential answer to that. Should I run again? I'd really like to, but you know that I can't. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to fix the country, and we're going to leave you in good hands.
Can he run?
Boom.
Can he run as VP?
No. Nope.
Oh man, because he would be.
He can't run as anything.
Yeah, he's out. Stop with the 4 more years. You know I can't do it. And Jesse Waters won't call him out.
You'll be seeing that. You're gonna see that tonight, Tim, on television.
4 more years of Trump, Democrats might actually move to Canada. But by that time, it'll be a state. It's been a whirlwind month. That's all part of the plan. Unlike Trump 1.0, the chaos is calculated and explicitly designed to institutionalize MAGA, paralyze the president's enemies, and permanently break the Washington establishment. It's not just D.C. getting a makeover. He's upending the world order. No one expected Trump to handle global affairs like his predecessors, but few expected him to move so rapidly to reorient U.S. foreign policy away from the course it has charted since 1945. Trump's making our foreign policy more transactional, no more freebies from the U.S. If you want our help, you got to bring something to the table. And the president's taking a different approach to Ukraine.
And I don't have a problem with any of this. I just got a problem with it. He gets full of himself and starts talking about, some disco fantasy land stuff that will never happen.
You like his different approach to Ukraine, which is aligning himself with Putin?
This has not played out yet. I mean, I think the Ukraine thing, I can't say I like it or not because it's not played out yet.
Modestly successful comedian Vladimir Zelensky.
This is what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
We did see this yesterday.
He talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go.
Here's what I'm for, Seth. I'm for him sitting them both down and coming up with some kind of compromise.
They both agree to.
That's what I agree. That's what I'm for. If he can be the glue that gets these two together and be the moderator to get these two to stop this war, to stop the senseless killings, to draw new territorial lines or to keep the old ones, but to make it stop so that we're not spending money into it and that these two get along, that's what I'm for. I think that has been mildly successful with the Israeli Gaza thing. I think that.
Hamas gave back the wrong body of somebody. They're really agreeing to the ceasefire deal.
Into a war that couldn't be won. Zelensky admits that half of the money we sent him is missing. He refuses to have elections, is very low in Ukrainian polls, and the only thing he was good at was playing Biden like a fiddle, a dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast, or he is not going to have a country left. Zelensky probably wants to keep the gravy train going. I love Ukraine, but Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country is shattered, and millions have unnecessarily died. Is this all part of a negotiation?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I have no idea.
And I don't know if I like it or not.
Yeah.
But it's certainly drawing along a line in the sand.
I think what President...
They uncovered JD. JD gets to talk. JD, you get to talk.
Trump, what makes him such an effective negotiator, I've seen this in private, is that he doesn't take anything off the table. When he walks into negotiation, he says, everything is on the table. And of course, that makes the heads explode in the American media because they say, why are you talking to Russia? Well, how are you going to end the war unless you're talking to Russia? You've got to talk to everybody involved in the fighting.
Does he wear eye makeup?
No, that's just how his eyes are.
If you actually want to bring the conflict to a close.
Look like it.
Senator Josh Hawley's here. So
He has
Senator,
lipstick on.
This guy lipstick
He's got
on.
lipstick on.
why did the president rip Zelensky's face off?
Well, why did he? It's because he wants to bring him to the negotiating table. It's exactly what the vice president just said, Jesse. And you're right. I mean, listen, this has been an incredible month. President Trump has gotten Russia to the negotiating table after they refused to come for years. I mean, Joe Biden, they wouldn't sit down with Joe Biden. They wouldn't do anything for him. Trump has them at the table. Zelensky will come to the table. And whether we're talking about Ukraine, whether we're talking about the fraud and waste and abuse that the president is exposing everywhere, here's how I look at it, Jesse. He's getting the rot out of our government. Never has this government been so corrupt. And Trump is just tearing the rot out of the government. And it's a great thing to see.
Have you caught your breath yet? It's been 1 month.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think that Zelensky not being able to account for tens of millions of dollars that have been stolen or misappropriated is not cool. I think that America giving Ukraine $350 million to fight this war is not cool. None of them, I don't think either one of them sat down with Biden. I don't think Biden ever sat. I think he sat down with Zelensky, but never could get Putin.
Oh, Zelensky was over here a bunch.
Zelensky was here a lot.
They were here a lot.
Yeah.
I think that's obviously shows you a very one-sidedness as to who we are.
Well, he didn't need money from the U.S. at all.
Yeah, but I mean, you know what Putin needs? Putin needs a hard stance and a leader to say, we're not putting up with what you're doing, and we're not putting up with the other dude. And so, however it works out,
we'll find out, man. If Trump can get this, if Trump gets this, this war to stop with Ukraine not having to just take what they lost and go on with the rest of their lives and lose a bunch of land. I mean, he would definitely be the true leader of the universe.
He needs to mess up Hamas or give him back the wrong body.
Yeah,
he
what Trump needs to do.
He needs to roll in. That needs to be today's hot button.
Send a drone in and just take him out.
Yeah, just say, listen, you want to start playing cute games with this? You had an agreement.
Yeah, they gave back the bodies of, I believe it was maybe a couple of 4-year-olds, and then it was supposed to be their mom, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
You want to play cute games? Well, we got things that are far more powerful than beepers that blow up on the side of your hip. I think Trump needs to send some type of retaliatory message to Hamas today. Because
I think he's been on it. I think that if Hamas keeps this up, I think that he might address it again. But Israel's gonna probably handle this one.
Israel can.
They're not happy about this.
All
this
Israel
exchange.
needs is for the U.S. to have their back, so that Jordan or somebody else can't flank up in there while they're fighting. Hamas and the bad guy. They can't get flanked.
No, Trump's been steadfast in supporting Israel.
So that's what this needs to be handled. What Hamas did yesterday with the big hostage switcheroo is unacceptable.
Dude, and they make it when they give the bodies back, Bubba, it's like a rally almost with Hamas, and they hold the bodies up and not like in coffins and everything. It's absolutely brutal.
Oh, I've seen it.
Hamas is like celebrating.
It looks like they're doing it Mardi Gras style.
Like it's like they're doing the world a favor is kind of how it's being celebrated by them. It's very odd.
Rather than to peacefully give them in coffins, the bodies are not displayed and paraded around town and with Palestinian flags draped over them and things like that. Like it's completely it's about as disrespectful a way to return a perished hostage body.
Well,
it's bad enough that they're dead. Now you're parading it around like it's a big trophy.
Yeah,
it needs to be dealt with.
It looks like Netanyahu came out. It came out 2 hours ago. And he said that Hamas will be paying the full price.
I hope Netanyahu. I hope he makes it a Kiss concert over there. I really, really do.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
No, I know. No, I'm not. No,
I understand.
I'm not even like a real donut guy. I've just gotten a couple for stuff.
Hot and ready? Hot now?
Hot and ready and not hot and ready. But nothing beats a hot and ready.
Oh, that's
But I also, whenever I get donuts, I eat a donut for, get it during the day, and then I have it at night for dessert. Not like a donut. Donut's a big dessert for me. Yeah, kids eat it for breakfast. What are we going to do? Man, this little bitch Adam needs attention today. A fat guy calling another guy frumpy. What's up, LM? What's up, Costica? How'd they fuck your shit up, Xerxes? What's up, Man Crusher? What up, Buck? What's up, Troy? What's up, Tim? I thought Troy and Tim was the same person for a second. What up, Lunger? You guys, there's this fucking incredible thing called Google. Duck Donuts? No way. What up, Fred? Hope you're good, man. I'm gonna get to those texts or those DMs. I saw them hanging. Donuts have just become too decadent these days. What up, Fox Q? What up, grumpy old biker? What up, Nick? Wow, Duck Donuts coming through with some reviews. What up, Felix? Man, I used to kill the $5 hot and ready when I was probably about 21, 22. Incredible if hot and ready from Little Caesars has not gone up to like $10 over the years. It stayed at $5, which is incredible. What's up, JHM3? What up, Slickity Slick 60, my high school football number? Donuts always look better than they actually are. They're more aesthetically pleasing. I appreciate a permagram. It's all. I just was, opening myself up yesterday with all the shit we all have to deal with, Halloween box? Shit. I got a long ways to go to wait for that one. You got any in your freezer, Steve? What up, Frito? Seraph, I don't want to. I'm gonna call you Thomason because I don't want to say your name wrong. I'm sorry, Seraph. Oh, fuck it, I'm an idiot. All right, guys, I'll be on the look for Duck Donuts. Tampa, Sarasota. Yeah, I agree. Peeing pools, maybe not a grossly obese, but maybe like a thicker woman. I don't know any angels. I'm Jewish. We don't have any angels. Oh my God. Such an idiot. What up, Grouper Lips? Fruity Pebbles. Woo! Anybody remember Mini Donut Factory? Ah, okay. Seraphim. That's pretty funny, Joe. I can't lie. Nick, you're gonna get banned. Don't speak about Grouper Lips. I've seen you get kicked out of here before. Hell yeah. Good crew in here today.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
About 1,200 eyeballs, 2,400 eyeballs on the YouTube channel at the Bubba Army. I haven't refreshed it. Let me see here, Lum.
It should be over 600, right?
Are we over 6?
I believe so.
We had a 50% ratio? No, I'm at 541. What are you at?
Whoa. Did you do first?
546.
I had 583.
Let me see here.
We're not even halfway through the show, man. We're going to get there.
Yeah, tell me it's going to bring another 500. He's going to be giving out Bitcoins to people.
I got 551. That's my latest. What do you got? You got 551 as well? Or am I way behind still?
I got 559. I got 560.
All right. So you just probably got an update there.
Yep.
No big deal. This kid wanted. I wonder if they told this kid that this kid was not Donald Trump.
Bubba, this is come on, man. This is crazy.
I know, but here's the deal.
Insane, dude.
But here's the deal. I'm sure. Does Sammy still believe in
Donald Trump?
No. No.
Yes, she does.
Susanna Claus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when Susanna Claus,
but she does because I don't want to be because we're Jewish. I don't want to tell her he's not real, and then her tell her Christian friends. I don't want a Jewish girl to ruin it. That's why I'm keeping it alive for everybody else, Bubba.
No,
not
I
for
understand.
me.
So, but it's just like when a child believes in Susanna Claus. So when you go to the mall and see Susanna Claus, you don't tell your kid that really ain't Susanna Claus.
No, we go all the way because we saw Santa a couple of years ago, and he said he was a Bears fan, which really resonated with her.
Right. So when this kid for his birthday, and all he wanted for his birthday, for whatever odd reason,
come on, he's like 3 or 2, right?
Was to have Donald Trump come to his birthday party. You're right. He's 3 or 2, so he doesn't realize that logistically that could never happen.
By the way, this looks exactly like Donald Trump.
It does. The impersonator looks pretty good,
but.
So what I'm saying, Seth, is do you let the kid off the hook, or do you play the Susanna Claus game and say, let the kid think that Donald Trump really came to his birthday party?
Let the boy watch. I don't think you tell him, Bubba, because
I don't either.
Then he's going to have to figure out, like, if his parents are lying to him for the rest of his life, who's real and who's not.
Right.
That looks just like Donald Trump. Happy birthday. Look at this.
And the guy and his little hand motions and his idiosyncrasies and just his little this is a very good Donald Trump.
Where do you get a guy like this, man?
I don't know, man.
Oh, it's Bubba, is it on your screen? Is it on the right screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got it here.
Okay. I don't know if are we on?
Yeah, no, Macho had to run and fix something real quick.
Okay, so it hasn't shown it. Oh, there you go.
So the kid was having like his 3rd or 4th birthday party.
Let me. What do you think? Is that kid 2 or 3? Probably 3.
That kid looks 3.
No, I'd say 3.
Maybe 4.
Yeah, I could see that.
No, a 4-year-old would have that figured out.
Let me see. It says, so this little dude's birthday wish was to have Donald Trump attend his party. So they got to look like it's awesome. So it doesn't really say, just call him a little dude. So I'd say 4.
Yeah, no, I don't need to know all the details. I just find it. I just feel like it.
But if you're 4 and this dude shows up, you think that it's Donald Trump.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and so if you're the family and you hard sell it, then that kid goes to school and everybody and says, "Man, Donald Trump showed it to my birthday party." The thing about it, I watched this entire thing, Lummy, and Donald. He really this little dude here. He hangs Donald out to dry a few times because Donald tries to give him some high fives, and he leaves Donald hanging.
Well, I mean, kids are. I know. We don't blame. It's an older guy that's extending his hand. It's always weird.
Donald
to children.
Trump.
It's always weird for kids.
Scott McDonald, super chat. Thank you.
Oh, you know what, Lummy? I have not checked my PayPal at all today.
Don't check it until the end of the show, Bubba.
No, then I'm.
No, that's good. Then there's anticipation and disappointment and all sorts of feelings.
Well, I got. Oh my God, Lummy! What a great LM close.
All right,
$250.
Thank you.
That's huge.
The official outfitter of the Bubba Army.
It is. Thank you, LM Close. Love you. Got to spend some time with you at BARP this year. Thank you. What a huge, generous donation. It certainly goes far.
One day he's going to make me fashionable.
Of course.
Jerry!
The point!
The kid's in complete, utter disbelief.
Well, this could be trauma. This could also be trauma, Bubba. I don't know if it's disbelief or trauma. We'll have to find out 15 years from now.
If the kid goes right into therapy, right?
My parents gave me a fake Donald Trump, which is really just some creepy dude.
And as good of a deal it was supposed to be, now you're right into therapy, right? You're going right to a grief counselor at school the next day when you find out that it was only just, Fred down the road that had a Donald Trump gimmick.
I mean, are there any fake Caitlin Clarks I can get to my daughter's birthday?
I don't know,
let's keep this going.
It's a good idea.
And by the way, the Donald Trump the guy's pretty dead on.
He is.
He's pretty dead on.
Every kid's birthday dream.
The kid looks like he's having a blast.
The kid, but the kid, he won't stop. He looks like a kangaroo.
In Russia, they force Putin lookalikes at parties. They don't have.
Actually, it's mandatory that Putin comes. If you don't have Putin at your kid's foyer, you get beheaded or something. Boy, kids got so much energy there, though, do they not? I'd already be tuckered out, Lummy, if I had to jump that many times in a row.
Well, he's going move for move with Trump.
Kids got some pretty good skills.
Yeah.
I do.
I got to tell you, that's a pretty damn good-looking Trump. Is it not?
Yeah, he does a pretty good job.
Got the orange face.
Yep.
I mean, does the kid go to school the next day and say, hey, but here's the deal. The kid goes to school the next day, tells everybody that Donald Trump came to my birthday party.
Well, it's like preschool, Bubba.
All the kids clown him.
Bubba,
Donald Trump didn't come to your party, you idiot, you stupid, right?
What 3-year-old? I mean, Bubba, have you seen 3-year-olds have conversations lately? They're not really like, they don't really stay on topic at all. It's not like he's going to go, I had Trump, and they're going to go, you're a liar, and he's going to go, I'm going to prove it. I'm going to show you the pictures.
Yeah, Walker's 3, he talked about, he went in and told everyone that he went to the monster truck show, and the next thing he started doing was the Florida State chomp. So, I mean, it was a quick flip-flop back and forth.
All right, so right from monster truck to the Florida State chomp.
Yeah, and then he started talking about how he saw Rocky the Bull.
They're so easily distracted, right?
Yes, exactly.
Right. Now, but does he try to tell the kids that though?
Oh yeah, he'll walk in and he's like, I went to monster trucks, and he's talking to his
monster
teacher.
trucks, and then Florida State chomp,
and then he starts going and doing that, and then he talks about how he went and saw Rocky the Bull in the matter of 45 seconds. The teacher knows everything he did in the weekend in 2 minutes.
He's scattered, man. He can completely run through his entire weekend in about 90 seconds.
Oh yeah, little kids come up to you and tell you what they've done in a whole weekend too.
I tell you, man, it's fascinating to watch little kids have their own speak.
Yes,
they're not, the sentences are not. They're fragmented. Well, your kid. Well, your kid's like 2 cogs ahead.
No, I know, but she's adapted. She's saying that she's a baddie, which is like a bad bitch.
What?
She's a baddie?
She says a bestie. She wrote a story in school the other day about sending her friends to get her lattes and stuff, and she was refusing to go to school. I mean, she uses a lot of words, but yeah, she says that she's a certified baddie.
Nice. I love it. Hi, my name's Sammy Kushner, and I'm a certified baddie.
You know what? I can't. That's how these idiotic people talk these days.
You might have a handful on your hands. I mean,
we got problems.
I'm a certified baddie.
Yeah,
and I got my friends going to get me lattes because I will not do it myself. I'm a certified baddie.
Yeah,
we need to get a shirt for her. Certified baddie.
That could be a hot ticket.
Man, she's going to be a handful. She needs her own show. Stat.
She's already a handful, but luckily she gives it more to Phoebe than me.
Delta offers passengers $30,000 after plane flipped on Toronto airport. I gotta think. I gotta think that there were a few people that got hurt, but the majority of the 80, I think it was 76 passengers and 4 crew, something along that lines. I got to think, Lummy, if you're in the back there and you just flipped over and your seatbelt kept you in, and all you had to do was undo your seatbelt, maybe kind of wedge yourself into the seat, and you really didn't get hurt, I'd take $30K all day. Wouldn't you?
Well,
unless you're gonna go with you're gonna lawyer up with Kevin.
No. You can, with what Delta's doing, Bubba. You get the $30K and you still can sue them. That's part of the deal.
Oh,
they're pretty much just giving you $30,000, and then I was talking to Brian about this. Maybe some people might go, "Oh, that was nice," and they might ask for more money,
neck damage or something like that.
Or some might go, "Wow, that was really nice. I survived. I'm happy with $30,000." I mean, I'm sure that's going to be maybe a couple people, but
I would say the majority of them who, if you didn't immediately go to the doctor and you didn't immediately get diagnosed with some type of situation and you didn't start immediate treatment, then that $30K is just the $30K you're gonna be like, listen, that's good with me. I mean, I lost my carry-on, but that's about it.
I think that's a good deal. I mean, I think that's the best way to get out in front of it. You're not having to wait this whole long time to sue for your damages. I mean, I know there's people that are actually, in the hospital and really banged up, but, to give you $30,000 while you're getting your lawyers together to sue them, I think that's cool, man.
Here's what you need to know about Delta's shocking upside-down crash at the Toronto airport.
Holy oh my God. Yo, I was just on this plane.
Passengers on Delta Flight 4819 couldn't believe their luck after surviving one of the wildest plane crashes in recent
months. This chick right here, hold on. She's got one of these hold on here.
The neck pillows?
She's got one of those neck pillows, right? And how that might have helped her a little bit.
How to stay on, man?
Yeah.
How does a plane flip over?
And you keep your neck pillow on.
The people on board.
You see people get on those airlines with those stupid ass neck pillows.
They don't do anything, man.
No, they don't do anything other than cut my circulation off my fat peanut head.
Just if you can sleep in that thing, you're an absolute maniac.
Exactly.
Fold up your sweatshirt like the rest of us. And
629, nearly 30 thumbs up. Let's hit 1,000 for our third day in a row, and let's make 1,000 a threshold now.
Ford made it out alive. 76 passengers and 4 crew members. Although the head-spinning crash landing injured 18 people, including 1 child. On Monday, February 18th, the flight, operated by the Delta subsidiary Endeavour Air, took off from Minneapolis at around 11:47 a.m. Roughly 2 hours later, the plane crashed at around 2:15 p.m. at Toronto Pearson International Airport in Canada.
Again, Lummy, man, thank you to LM Close. What a huge gimmick today. Thank you, buddy.
Shocking footage shows the aircraft was upside down as firefighters rushed to extinguish the blaze.
I really think the snow had a lot to do. Because at that point, when you're kicking up water, because all snow is frozen water.
Another day where you backfill snow. I love it.
Another angle shared widely on X shows the 88-seater Bombardier jet bursting into flames upon touchdown.
No.
Then skidding on the ground before flipping belly up. All while air traffic control tried to assess the surreal situation in real time.
This airplane just crashed in 23. 7105, pull off ground. Just so you are, there's people outside walking around the aircraft there. Yeah, we've got it. The aircraft there's upside down and burning.
While it was not immediately clear what caused the plane to turn over on the snowy tarmac.
I got to tell you, man, it seemed like because they didn't declare emergencies. So like if you're flying and you're declaring emergency because your landing gear's down or you've lost an engine, then they'll have the fire trucks waiting for you. They're waiting for you. I've been part of that one time when I had a plane. We had a right side engine failure, so we declared emergency, and they asked how many gallons of fuel were on board and then how many souls were on board. And I remember turning I'm like, we're going to die. He's like, what do you mean we're going to die? It's going to be perfect. We're going to go in. The only thing that's different is that we have to nail the approach, which we do every time. And we just don't have the ability to, throttle it back up and do a go around. We're going to be okay. I said, the only time that I've heard anybody ask about souls on board was the Titanic movie, and they all died. And my pilot said, just be quiet. But this plane here didn't declare, like, they didn't know they were going to have a problem, so they didn't have fire trucks waiting for them. I got to tell you, man, the fire trucks and everything got there really fast.
I heard they're planning on making this a new ride at Universal, where you get on and then it ends with you being flipped over and getting out of there,
and then getting showered with
fake $30,000,
and then don't forget the snow, the snow backfill.
It's frozen water, Bubba.
Right.
Reports say Canada's largest city was hit with blustery 40-mile-per-hour winds. One of the survivors of the crash, John Nelson, opened up to CNN.
Let's see what John's got to say.
Oh, he wants more than 30. He could tell
about the chaotic scene inside the aircraft.
If I was John Nelson, I'd have a neck brace on right now with an arm sling, wouldn't you, Seth?
Oh my God, I'd have an arm sling. I would take my $30K right to the card store and wait for my $2 million.
You'd have Phoebe pre-gig you with a couple of scrapes across the forehead. And
I'd be in a full, Bubba. I would just
be in a full body cast.
Full body cast in the hospital. Can't move. Can't see my face.
Like this. Like look.
Yeah.
Like this.
I'd have everybody coming over signing my full body cast, looking like the lizard man, all tatted up.
You'd call Dan up and say, Dan, how fast can you get an all body cast on me immediately?
Yeah, I mean, it was mass chaos. I was upside down. The lady next to me was upside down.
That's what happens when a plane's upside down.
We let ourselves go and fell to hit the ceiling, which is surreal.
Man, my seatbelt would. It's already screaming when I put it on. Let me. I may break that seatbelt if my 300 pounds, it's being held up upside down by a little belt buckle.
Seatbelts seemed like they saved a lot of people here, but when you're kind of getting close to that landing, a lot of people take their seatbelts off.
I know,
right? I mean, you're feeling kind of comfortable.
Yeah, you're feeling like I'm only a minute or two away from the gate. You can hear, people do it. And then I only take my seatbelt off once we're landing and we're going to the gate. A lot of times they'll be like, the captain has advised us to please keep your seatbelt on until we get to the gate and we are fully stopped. I'm like, what?
No, I'm already out of my seatbelt and standing up with the rest of the losers.
You're already trying to get your bag on the overhead compartment so that you're first out and you don't have to, that you can skip like the first 3 rows in front of you because you already got your carry-on, right? That's how you are.
If they had to judge people based on how angry they are at certain points in their life, when they're about to get off a plane and somebody can't get their big, stupid, oversized bag off in front of them, and they're saying sorry, and then some guy's coming to be chivalrous and help the old lady out, I think that's peak madness.
And then hold on, when
people.
it falls out on somebody because they don't have the shoulder power to keep it, from falling down.
It's a disaster
because it's jammed in there and it lands on the guy's shoulder.
That's why I'm a train guy
was
from
just
now
like,
on.
Get out. We could smell like jet fuel. Even now, I smell like jet fuel.
You don't even smell like jet fuel now. I mean, you've had 10 showers since.
Hit yourself with some Old Spice body wash, buddy.
Don't forget the brand new Bubba Army.
Covers up jet fuel like
nothing.
And
then we just crawled out the back of the airplane.
He said the winds were, quote, super gusty and that the runways appeared to be in a weird condition. However, Toronto's Pearson Airport Fire Chief Todd Aiken noted that the runway was dry and there were no crosswind conditions. The terrifying crash is the first major incident involving a commercial passenger jet.
I didn't stop this, Lemmy. It stopped itself.
Maybe it's time to go.
It's thinking.
Well, here's the deal. Each person got offered $30,000 with, not at that point, you're not signing your rights to not sue. Like, you can still move forward with a lawsuit.
Would you do $30K, fly free anywhere on Delta for the rest of your life, and $1 million?
Yeah.
You wouldn't go. I mean, even though you could go for more, you would be okay with that.
I don't think. I think that's way too. They're never gonna offer that.
What?
You
don't think so?
No,
Really?
they would do they'd probably do the 30K and fly free for life. I don't think they throw the million kicker in there unless you were very much hurt.
Well, but how are they going to? I mean,
and you could prove that you were very much
Bubba,
hurt.
the mental anguish.
Yeah, I would
is gonna
never
be,
want to fly again.
You can't.
Listen to this, guys. I'm doing the Tim Pool show.
You're flying to DC,
and I'm flying right into DC. I'm a little
nervous that there's a Blackhawk?
Yeah, I'm going to make sure I call that training facility and be like, you guys got any Blackhawks? I'm rolling in there about 3 o'clock.
Just don't go on and make any jokes about this plane staying up in the air. People don't like that.
I am not going to be a jokester, one shape or form.
Because they'll pull you out and they'll slam you right in a wheelchair.
They already got me in the back row. I'm in 38C, Lummy.
Good. Smell that bathroom every time someone comes to open up that door.
Exactly. I am probably right next to the bathroom where I have to smell that. Those
disgusting blue cleaner,
those urinal cakes. I'm gonna have and no matter what cologne I put on, Lummy, I'll have urinal cake.
Oh,
maybe their flight won't be too crowded and you can move about it.
Oh, come on, going to DC from Tampa,
what
that
do
thing's
I
gonna
know?
be packed.
I don't know about these flights. I've never been to DC. I don't know about Tim Pool. I don't know that he's in West Virginia.
Yeah, and then my hotel's in West Virginia, not even D.C., which Alex has said is now an hour from D.C. And my buddy's not. I talked to him yesterday. He's like, man, that's pretty rough driving from West Virginia back into the city.
Really?
Yeah. So we're going to go to dinner probably somewhere in West Virginia, and I think I'm just going to lay in my hotel room all day.
This sounds depressing. It's exciting, but the way it's getting set up is I'm flying on the last row of a Southwest, and then I got to just stare at the ceiling in a West Virginia hotel room till it's showtime. That's a life and style of a comedian.
You pretty much really nailed the headlines there, my friend.
Well, just our storylines.
Yeah.
We know that you're going to do so well on a show. He's going to be your buddy.
Well, hopefully I'll do so well on the show that it will make other people want to have me. Because, like you can say, listen, Bubba was on the Tim Pool show.
Yeah, it's going to expose you.
Oh my God, he was on the Tim Pool show.
Bubba, it's going to expose you to a lot of people, man.
I hope so. We'll have Kevin Hazlett in about 15 minutes or so.
Awesome.
Okay.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
At 12:48 a.m.
I hope he's okay.
He's on the mend. I've been texting with his wife, and he finally took over the phone last night. But he said it meant a lot to him, the support. What up, Wendy? I need some projections. We need some weather projections here.
It's cold.
What up, Tease? Hope you had a nice birthday. Dude, have you been seeing this? I've sent this video, I think, maybe a couple of times. The weird Mexican creature on the beach.
Yeah, I got that. I'm going to play it.
Like that blue weird snake thing. What's up, Thomas? Well, hey, man, it was 47 degrees this morning when I walked out. I was like...
36 now.
Fuck. It's 36?
It dropped. It's
dropped 10 degrees,
it's supposed
really?
to warm up. Yeah, it's supposed to warm up. It's supposed to be like 52 today.
What up, Big Cliff? What's up, Johnny Z? Don't know, J-Mac. Probably whatever Tim Pool brings up. Probably whatever the fuck's going on in the news that day. Maybe something big will happen.
Well, Steinbeck said he's going to do a debate show with another person. His good amount of videos he's been doing has been like one side versus another, like anti-porn, for porn.
I mean, I guess that's cool, but Bubba's a little bit more diverse than just taking a side on an issue.
Oh, of course.
Bubba can argue 14 issues at once, on both sides.
He's gonna debate himself.
Yeah. It'll be good. Bubba's just in his own head, but that's what Bubba's been Tim Pool longer than Tim Pool's been Tim Pool.
Probably.
Well, dude, you've been doing this for 40 years. I mean, you've had guests on a million times. You know what makes guests good when they give you fucking shit to work off of, you know?
Yeah. I'm going to tell Tim Pool what is considered content creators now used to be radio talk show hosts.
Yeah.
That's what it, Let me be looking for Kevin.
I will. I got the guys on the cameras.
What up, DDP? Wow, you ladies aren't going to get to see me take this sweatshirt off now. Oh, God, where my shirt comes up underneath it and you can see a little midriff for a moment.
If you want to stand right by the bar, we can really see it then. I want to see it.
I didn't stuff my face with Reese's in the middle of the night, so I'm feeling good, feeling starving. Fucking good. Feeling nice. You're the best around. Man, this is a weird email to get. I wrote you before explaining how I got hit by a car and was left for dead on the corner of Dale Mabry and Hillsborough. I have pictures I want to send. Yeah. Oh boy.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
We'll look for those.
Yikes.
Today's fucking Friday.
Three podcasts coming out this weekend. Got Tigbits, got Over the Line, and Tuttle and Kristen.
Where's Over the Line?
It's a new one with the guy, Andrew, that's doing radio in Birmingham. I've got him booked to come on Clement Cush or Bubba Uncensored next week, so
Okay.
you guys can meet him.
Perfect. It's like a pro right show.
It's very professional, and they got a lot of positive feedback.
Good. That's what we need.
And then we'll get one from Steve. I'll talk to him. His first one did well.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Hey man, I'm starting to deal with them, and maybe you can deal with them. They're very much a very niche business. Not everybody needs to dig dirt out of the ground and have it screened and make sure that your topsoil is pure, rock-free, or your clay or whatever the hell you're digging out of the ground that you need separated or washed or crushed. But PowerscreenFL.com, the nearest location in Florida would be Lakeland. It's been around since their granddaddy started it. Richard is the boss man. I think is it Raffy? Raffy Jr. is my sales rep. Hopefully he's writing me a good deal, and I'm going to have one of those machines at my racetrack next weekend. Buck's going to be there, I think. One-Eyed Billy, myself. We're going to get a badass excavator and front-end loader from Synergy from my good friend Michael. Thank you. So, if you're in the screening, crushing, washing, separating material business, go to, again, PowerscreenFlorida.com. I kind of like this, and that is Illinois governor, which I would assume is a Democrat.
Yes, he is.
But I like this. and he is trying to pass a screen-free school and join a national trend to ban cell phones in class. I like that. I really don't think, not to be an old timer or anything like that, but we all range in different, ages. And I think that during our tenure of school, that we didn't have to have a tether into society. We didn't have to have the ability to call our mom or dad upon emergency. There was really no emergencies that happened to us while we're at school. And if there was an emergency that happened at school, our teachers took care of it. Or they sent you down to the office, and the office took care of it. Having the ability to text your mom, your dad, because you have a cell phone in your hand or your backpack or something like that, I think is way more disruptive than positive.
So what is a ban on? To me, a screen-free school would have no computers, no TVs, or anything like that. I mean, why don't they just say they're banning cell phones? But what does that mean?
I think it means that you can't have a cell phone in the classroom. You can have it in your locker, and you can check it in between classes. But with regards to having it right by you while your teacher's trying to teach you, I think that's what it is.
And it looks like they have a way for you to, put your cell phone and put your tablets that stores it and everything like that.
In like a little cubby hole maybe within the classroom, something like that.
It just seems like such a minor thing to worry about.
Yeah, but then again, yes, you're probably right, but it's also it can be, and in most instances is a very distracting thing if a teacher's really trying, and your mom would know more than anything because she taught for 40 plus years. But as good teachers try to make that connection to that kid. They try to make that connection as they're teaching them something. They're trying to have their attention focused on them so they can really have a connection or a tether into that kid. And the kid's paying attention to the teacher because the teacher is trying to teach you something, whether it's arithmetic, whether it's English, whether it's history, whether it's science, whether it's whatever it is. But if that kid has a tablet or a phone and they have the ability to, have it beside them on whatever their jam is, whether it's TikTok, Instagram, whatever, none of us can really pay attention to on the level of attention needed.
But let's be honest here. Part of being an adult in the real world is being distracted by your cell phone 24/7 and leaning on it, because it's just a habit and we're addicted to it. So I think letting these kids have their phones in school, also having to finish up their work, I think it's like another obstacle you're throwing in their way to see how successful they want to be.
I think I want to better the odds of the kid to be successful rather than it be a game of how much internal fortitude you have, intestinal fortitude you have, and the type of drive that you have and the type of discipline that you have. And so that I would rather just remove that potential distraction from my school. Listen, it's 15 feet away in a cubby hole. It's not like it's, being taken away altogether. And, after class, or if you, are having a seizure or something, you're not far from it, but it's not within arm's reach of you being able to use it, look at it, be distracted by it, and you are totally in tune with what the teacher's trying to teach you. Well, I'm for it, to be honest.
Yeah, they said they're a little nervous about AI being able to answer everything for the kids now.
Yeah, let's be honest.
Oh, well, that's a thing. They're looking to make sure that kids aren't cheating on everything.
Yeah, that's what I know. That's what one of the things.
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. My son, his last year, because it was right in COVID when he graduated, and so he did his last year online and didn't go to the classroom, and nobody did for the most part. And I've caught him more often than not Googling the answers. Googling, literally typing in the question verbatim and it giving him the answer verbatim. So, I agree with Lummy in the fact that not only is it a distraction because you could be on Instagram, TikTok, and whatever, but AI being able to give you the answer and you not really, listen, I'd do it. I'd take the shortcut. Hell yes, I would. Bubba, what is some kind of historical deal? I'm supposed to know.
When was Abraham Lincoln's first time that he shot an apple off somebody's head?
I don't know.
Did he shoot the apple, or am I thinking of George Washington?
I think I might have been. I don't even know. But I'm just saying.
Lummy, who shot the apple?
I know. Was that Johnny Appleseed? I
Johnny
don't know.
Appleseed shot the apple.
Appleseed, he knew the beanstalk or something.
Who shot the apple?
Didn't someone shoot an apple off a head?
Hey, Alexa.
With an arrow?
What president shot an apple off a person's head?
Sorry, I don't know that.
Lemmy Bing says William Tell.
William Tell, Seth.
I don't know where I got my information
in 1307.
And by the way, 1307, which is 400 years before we're a country, William Tell shot an apple off of some jobber's head, and it's gone down in infamy. So much so that, I don't know, 2,000, 3,000 years later that Seth remembered it.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. I'm sorry. That was that
was an outburst.
Yeah, I shouldn't have had an outburst.
I don't know. I think they say George Washington chopped down a cherry tree or something.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Okay.
Lummy the cherry tree.
Seth, I mean, you might need to have that phone beside you, my friend.
God, no, I'm getting my fruits and presidents mixed up, man.
By the way,
such a dodo.
I just got a text from a very accomplished teacher, and she says having a cell phone in class is very disruptive.
Okay, that's my mom.
Okay, I wasn't going to say that.
Yeah, I know, dude. Come on. You don't have any teacher contacts.
Elise Kushner, who is my little Iggy, my little correspondent, she said having a cell phone in class is very disruptive.
Meanwhile, she'd be the first one to raise hell if she couldn't get in contact with one of her kids, when we were going to school back in the day.
Yeah, but your mom wasn't trying to get in contact with you it would have been only in an emergency situation, like you forgot your yarmulke or something.
Okay.
And, I'm just saying.
Oh, man.
So anyway, Illinois governor is aiming to improve student achievement by social interaction and the mental health of public school students by proposing a statewide ban on cell phones in classrooms. And the idea is rapidly gaining traction nationally, regardless of political persuasion. I love the fact, Lummy, that Indiana, which is about as red as you get, which is, borders Illinois, which is about as blue as you get, are on the same page. Anytime we get a law or a proposal where you got, you got bipartisan support right across the board, then you're onto something good.
What's a bigger issue? Kids on their phones during school, which is happening, probably hundreds of thousands of kids, every single day, or maybe stopping school shootings?
Both. And I think stopping school shooting starts with we have, as a country, really, really, really not. We've underfunded, and we have done a really bad job at identifying at-risk students. I think our mental health programs are at an all-time low with regards to how they've been defunded and not taken near. We've not advanced. We've not within the school system. Back in the day when I was going, if you were a little bit of a weirdo or you were a little bit of a guy that could maybe be problematic, they kind of pulled you aside and talked to you and kind of counseled you.
But now people are too busy staring at their phones and letting all the weirdos skate by.
Right. So, I think that we have taken a hands-off approach with regards to identifying kids in an early age that could be problematic, and we have just stuck our head in the sand with these potential kids. And I do think that we should have. Listen, I tend to probably be a little more right than left.
No,
but I think that we need to maybe have some gun laws. I think identifying problematic kids earlier, not, defunding these programs to identify kids, having some different gun laws, and would be a good start at maybe putting somewhat quelling, if you will, school shootings.
I know they're saying that the kids are cheating and everything with AI, but I mean, kids have been cheating forever.
Not really. Back in the day, you had to write the answers on your tennis shoes in order to.
Okay,
but you actually had. Here's the deal. Back in the day, you actually had to find the answers to cheat. Now you don't even have to do that.
You never looked off somebody else's paper, though.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I mean, you could be a peeping Tom and cheat. I mean,
but you still.
I had to cheat my way through high school. I wouldn't have even graduated.
I did too.
2.3.
You had to do the
too.
work, though, Seth.
Seth, but you had to do. You at least had to.
Yeah, I changed my grade in chemistry from a F to a C when the teacher left the room one day. Everybody went up and went in his grade book and he wrote it in pencil. They all changed their grade, and I did too.
Okay, great.
I feel bad.
Well, now your mom's hearing it too.
She knows.
I made my own report
What I'm
card.
saying is like. Your mom probably still has that report card. She's going to go back and change it. Your mom's actually changing it as she's getting into her cabinet right now and changing it. Here's the deal. Back in the day when you cheated, you still had to look, for the most part, except for copycatting, which really my teachers, man, they were walking up and down the rows. They were really, really strict. And I had a girl named Rhonda Brandenburg that had a little bit of a crush on me.
Oh.
And she was so smart, but
she had a head injury.
She was god awfully ugly. She had
big knocks.
No, she was an athlete. So that's all I got to say.
Okay.
And I think later on down the line that maybe she was a lesbian.
Oh.
And and I just my opinion, which she was a beautiful person, and I would flirt with her, and she was so smart, and she would lean forward and let me completely copy all of her tests in Mr. Goff's history class. And now here's the other way I did well in Mr. Goff's history class. He was a Packer fan.
Nice.
And my dad subscribed. Back in the day before the internet, you'd get a paper called the Bear Report or the Packer Report, and it would be like a sporting news, like maybe 15 or 20 pages of what's happening in the Packer organization. Well, after my dad read it, he'd give it to me, and I'd take it to Mr. Goff, and he'd get the Packer Report. Well, don't think Mr. Goff just didn't, pencil whip me into a B when I should have had an F. That in conjunction with cheating off of Rhonda Brandenburg, man, I was set.
It's pretty badass.
So, but today, man, kids don't even have to try to cheat. They just ask Siri or Alexa, and they give them the answers.
I'm having trouble hearing. Can you say that again?
I said, bitch, you'll give me the answers if I ask you the right question. That's what I said. So anyway, the Democrats' top education aide.
Oh, Kevin's here. His mic's on, though.
Oh, is his mic on or off?
It's on.
Okay, we'll have him talking to
Well, I
him.
know he's setting himself up, though.
Oh, okay.
I don't have to be loud.
All right, tell me when it's all set up. I turned it off.
I also, Bubba,
I'll turn it back on.
He's good.
All right. Kevin, how are you?
Good. What's up?
Great. We were talking about that there's this Democrat, the Illinois governor, the Illinois governor who's a Democrat. Is proposing that schools be screen-free schools so that kids aren't allowed their cell phone or tablets at their desk, and they put them in a cubby hole or they put them somewhere close and they can access them after class. And I'm like, I'm all for that because as a teacher, and it's, by the way, it's getting universally bipartisan support. So a bill's good when you got Indiana, which is red as you get, and Illinois, which is blue as you get, and they both hell yeah, we like this law. You got a good law then. And so I wanted to get your opinion. Now, your children are way, way, way not the average child. Both of them have gone on to, I think one's at West Point, one is a huge, huge financial hedge fund guy, and the other one went to, where'd the other one go to?
Naval Academy.
Yeah. So now, Kevin, do they have the Naval Academy being as prestigious as it is? If they would catch you plagiarizing, cheating,
gone.
I mean, gone
Immediately.
See you later.
See you. Do not pass go.
If you were, on your last week of finals,
Doesn't matter.
Gone.
Doesn't matter.
Did your boys ever see any of that?
Literally, we were up to last week of both graduations, and the tension is so thick, it's palpable because they know, A, they're trying to go out like rock stars having a great time, but B, they're also looking over their shoulder because they've heard the stories which happens where someone messes up and they don't get somewhere. We had a party for my middle son, this is up in Annapolis, and it was I brought up a tent and we had like 300 people and we had open bar and this, that, and the other. And we had these guys had to be at graduation the next morning, and we went to like 3 a.m. And one guy they had to carry out. He had to be in formation at 6 a.m.
Which is full. What now is that?
Full dress.
Full
dress.
Full honor dress.
Yes. At 6 a.m.
So he's got 3 hours to sober up.
Yes.
And to be full dress.
Yes.
And that's where, like, where the gunnery sergeant or something will come up.
Oh, they check. Yes, they're checking.
They got one speck of dirt on your rifle. It's a problem.
This is literally like watching one of those ultra marathons with the guys like 8 steps from the finish line, and he's going side by side. He's crawling. That's how close this kid was after 4 years. He's a Marine helicopter pilot right now. And his buddies and me were grabbing him, carrying him down. They're like, we got to dress him. We got to get him ready. They took him out of the house to get him there at 6 a.m. for formation so he could graduate. He doesn't show up. He doesn't graduate. And every year there's a story about someone who sleeps in, doesn't make it, doesn't get it. That's just for not showing up.
I bet the kids...
Forget about copying. Forget about something that involves
plagiarism
moral turpitude. It's over. Over.
So I'm all for... And Seth's mom, who's a 40-plus year teacher, said, cell phones are just a distractive, in the classroom. I'm thinking if you're the ultimate teacher and you're trying to really get that tether into that kid and be able to teach him or her what the curriculum that you're teaching, that a cell phone or an iPad is nothing but a distraction. I'm all for this, Bill.
But here's the problem. I mean, the schools have tried to do this, but they can't do it. They can't search the kids. They can't hold them down. The kids bring them in. So they talk about it as a learning tool, which is complete garbage. But we all know it's the plagiarism, it's the texting, the sexting, whatever it is. It's the YouTubing.
The AI?
All that stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. So it may pass, but it's not enforceable, right?
Well,
eight states have policies that ban or limit schoolhouse cell phone use. Indiana, Minnesota, Ohio, Iowa, Kentucky, and Michigan are among the 15 states where bans or other restrictions have been proposed. The Pew Research Center has found that 7 in 10 high school teachers of the U.S. consider cell phones, so 70%, a major distraction or a problem.
Well, they are not only in school; they're a problem in life. You know that. I mean,
well, yeah,
you can't drive a car, you can't get anywhere. But let me just say one thing. The problem is that you do that at West Point, you get kicked out, you owe them $400,000.
Ooh, what?
Let me explain this. Once you get past the second year, you sign what's called 2 for 7. That means you can leave after 2 years, and you can go away. You don't owe anything. You just walk away. Once you commit. And when you start your junior year, then if you get kicked out, you owe the U.S. government $400,000
for the
education.
Because of the education that you got for free.
Yes,
because it's in order to get into the it's my understanding, and you can help me. I think you have had 2 kids go through that.
I have.
Now. It's my understanding that Johnny 4.0, valedictorian.
Yes,
that. You have to be recommended by a state senator or a congressman.
It's a U.S. senator, U.S. congressman, or the president.
That's it.
That's it. It has to come from one of those 3 folks.
And you're not getting in. Doesn't matter how much money your mom, dad have. Doesn't matter what it doesn't matter what anything like that.
Yes.
You have to have a letter of recommendation.
Yes.
From a senator, a congressman.
Yes. Called a nomination. Yes, if you're nominated.
You have to get nominated in. And if you screw up, they send you a bill for $400.
Yes, or this is what West Point does. They say, "Here's your choice. You owe us $400,000, or you have to go and you are signing a 6-year contract with the U.S. Army as an enlisted E1."
Oh, an E1, which is a grunt, right?
Yeah.
Which is what the guy. Hold on.
Yeah, but
which is a guy from Pinellas Park that's 18 and flunked out of Largo High
with 3 teeth. Yes, that's the problem.
He's an E1, isn't he?
That's exactly.
So you just went through West Point.
So you're a senior at West Point. You've commanded all these people. You've done all this stuff. You've taken rocket science. You know all this stuff. you take math calculus times 10, and then you got to come back as an E1 for 6 years, or pay the $400,000.
Hi, who is this?
Good luck.
Any questions legally for Kevin? Give me a call, 813-90-BUBBA.
Let me see if I can get a hold.
Yeah, you're on the air. You're on the air, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, Bubba.
Yeah.
Hey, bud. It's just a quick question. Do you know if Gene's going to be at Showtime Speedway this weekend for the big sprint car race?
He actually, in email and texting me that he was sick, brought up the fact that he did not know if he was going to be able to make the big sprint car race this weekend because he was that sick. And the reason why he was staying home today was so that maybe he could get better and be, part of that big. I guess there's a 5,000 to win. There's a big sprint car show at Showtime this Saturday night.
Yes, Friday. Saturday. Yeah, Friday and Saturday, double show.
What are they advertising? How much to win? How many cars are going to be there?
They just saying that Friday night it's going to be like 100 lap, and Saturday is going to be 70 lap, 235s.
Okay.
Two features.
And that's Saturday night at Showtime, formerly Sunshine Speedway over there in the Pinellas Park area.
Yeah, the last time I saw you and Lasker together was at East Bay, probably in the mid '90s.
Yeah, it's been quite a while ago, my friend.
Yeah, good times.
Yeah, good times. Appreciate you, my friend.
All right.
Thank
See
you.
Bubba.
Seth, you sent this to me yesterday. I want to get Kevin's opinion on it. And it says, legend has it that this creature known as the doomsday fish only surfaces from the depths of the ocean when something catastrophic is going to happen. Now, I never even knew of such a fish. Now, one thing about people don't realize that Kevin is a hell of an angler. Like, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, but like probably 30 to 40% of your vacations are usually fishing.
That's true.
And Missy goes with.
She does.
I mean, you go for tarpon, kingfish. There's many a time. I think you go down like into the
South America, yeah.
Well, no, but you also go down by Naples. What's
Boca Grande?
Boca Grande.
Yes.
But Boca Grande. That's when you first started baby fishing. Now you're going down to South America for the big stuff. And have you ever caught a sailfish?
Oh, yes, I have.
Like those big ones that jump out of the water and things?
Yes, I have.
Now, when you catch those, do you take them to the boat? Do they measure them? And then you release them, and then you take a gill or a scale off of them, so that you can get a taxidermy deal.
Yeah. I've not done it with sailfish. I mean, we've kind of catch and release sales. I mean, Missy got last time we were down there.
Now, can you catch and keep?
You can. I mean, it's not really something you would do. I mean, you could sell them actually. She got a 420-pound marlin, which is pretty big, blue marlin, and
but aren't they also very like if you were to keep one? You have to make sure that it's dead in the boat because that sword or that big beak that they got is deadly.
Every once in a while, you see them on YouTube. They'll get somebody. Yeah.
Yeah. They'll be jumping and they'll jump like into the boat and then stab a guy.
They will. The tarpon do the same thing. They break your leg.
What's the biggest fish you've ever caught ever? Sailfish.
Sailfish aren't as big as some of the tarpons. I caught over a 200-pound tarpon, which is really, really, really big.
Fabrizi and I caught a 130-pound tarpon one time. I hooked it, and after 10 minutes, I said, "Here, Richard, you take over the boat."
Oh, you hit it over the reel?
Yeah,
that's nice.
I was like going crazy on it, and I said, and Fabrizi has one of those automatic reelers.
Yes,
and he's like, "Nope, we're not using it. You're fighting it."
No.
And I was like, "I am not. This is fine. I caught it. It's great. It looks like it's big, but I cannot hold on to this pole anymore. I'm throwing the pole in." And Fabrizi goes, and it was like a $500 pole or something like that. And he's like, "Nope,
no, you're not.
let me fight it."
That's funny.
Those things give you. We caught it out by the Sunshine Skyway.
Skyway, yeah.
Sometimes supposedly they lean against the pilings.
They do,
so that the water will go through their gills and they don't have to move.
Yeah, and it's bait fish over there. You go down there a lot. There's a way in Egmont Channel too. There's a lot of tarpon down there. It's a great way of fishing. But we'll go out on a tarpon day down in Boca on a great day and boat 20 to 25. Tarpon.
That many?
That's a day. That's a day.
No,
right
they're
there.
not. They're not an edible fish, are they?
No, I mean people did a long time ago. The Calusa Indians ate them, but I mean no one eats them down here. And
It's too gamey. It's too oily. They release an enzyme in it to ruin their meat.
Yeah, it's not good.
Hello, who's this? You're on the air.
Hey, it's Chris in Spring Hill, man. Great to hear Kevin on the air again.
Yeah, we're going to start bringing Kevin back based on his whirlwind tour schedule. Yeah, he's got kids that are.
That's awesome.
You know, he's got 3 kids that are really movers and shakers. He's got a play. I think you got a place in Asheville. Do you not?
In Greenville, yes.
In Greenville, yeah. So Kevin's got a lot going on. He's the main partner of his firm. His firm needs him a lot. They're busy. They're X busy when Kevin's not there, and they're XYZ busy when Kevin is there. So it's just Kevin's got a lot going on. So and he owns 150 rental homes and 37,000 Bitcoin. It's just Kevin's got a lot going on. Did you drive your Rivian today?
I did.
You did?
I did.
Fantastic. Hi. So go ahead. You got a question for Kevin?
Yeah, I got 2 questions actually for Kevin. I don't mean to bring up a sore subject, Bubba, but I'd like to get Kevin's input on Bitcoin with all these states trying to start strategic Bitcoin reserves, and also his thoughts on if Kash Patel is going to release the Epstein logs.
Great question. Let me start with the one with the Bitcoin reserves. I think that a lot of people are seeing, especially with inflation, people are looking for a store of value. What that means is, where do you park your money? Do you park it in real estate? Do you park it in gold? Do you park in cash? No one should ever keep their money in cash. If you got money sitting in a safe at your house, that's it's depreciating. It's like burning $100 every week. So the Bitcoin is just a way to say, not necessarily it's going to be the global currency. It might be at some point, but the idea, if you put it there, I think the annual return is 64% since inception, something crazy. So people say, let me put my money there versus somewhere else. BlackRock came out with a study. They did an AI study, went really deep on Bitcoin, and they said, this is like 3 years ago, that you should, if you had, $100,000 saving in your entire life, they said you should put 10% of your savings in Bitcoin in order to save it for a rainy day in retirement. They then changed that last year. This is based on an AI model that you should put 84% of your savings in Bitcoin. If you follow Michael Saylor. 84%. Well, look about this, Bubba. I mean, you think about it. You go from when I started talking about Bitcoin, which was a long time ago.
Which I would say was probably 17, 18.
Yeah, I mean,
19.
and I was late to the party when I started talking about it.
It was about 12 to 16 grand.
It dipped down to $3,400 in 2020.
Right, everybody's calling you stupid.
Yeah, probably stupid. You called up. I can't believe this went down. I was buying Ethereum at 400, 200. It's. As I said years ago, and I say it again, blockchain technology is here to stay. Bitcoin's only going to go up. It's a finite number of it. I think the Bitcoin reserves is a way to hedge against inflation. States are saying, hey, if we got cash, don't keep cash on our books. Keep it in a Bitcoin reserve, so at least we're ahead of inflation. You've got countries are doing it right now that make a lot of sense. I mean, but right now, the average person, and I said this, and I remember when I said it on the show, and I told you, Bubba, I said, mark my words, there'll be a day when someone will say, I know a guy who knows a guy who owns a whole Bitcoin.
Yeah, that was me.
I know, but I'm saying, and it's so real. And I said, people own fractional ownerships.
I know a guy that knows a guy that owns about 50 of them.
Yeah.
No, and he's pretty close to me in proximity right now, but I ain't mentioning no names.
But I just, so the answer is all that is just, money is going to flow like, when you have a flood, it goes to the lowest point. Money's going to flow to the place where you have the highest return. Bitcoin is a place to put your money so it grows and it doesn't go down. That's it. And states realize it. Countries realize it. I think the country realizes it. Trump's come in. He's very pro cryptocurrency. That's why we got the bump in December. Where will we be at by the end of this year? I'm going to say 180 to 220. On Bitcoin by December.
What's it now? 105?
Is that 105? I said 180 to 220. I fortunate enough to meet and chat and spend a lot of time with
Now, Kevin, let me ask you a question. Would you, if a guy, because I know you're heavily into properties too, you're heavily into properties. If you had if a guy said, okay, I can only do one. I can only invest in property, or I can only invest in Bitcoin. What would guy say? It's like, you know what? I got 20 grand a year, 15 grand a year that I can set aside. I make 100 grand a year. I'm going to put 10, 15,000 a year. Do I buy a property, or do I buy Bitcoin? You can't do both.
Understand, the benefit of property is the tax benefit that you don't get from Bitcoin.
Right.
Meaning that you can also leverage your money. Meaning that you can
borrow against it.
Yeah, so you can put money down on a property and let somebody else pay the money back, i.e. a renter. So I'm a big fan of property because I can depreciate it. Every dollar I spend to fix it up, I can take that off my taxes. Also, my initial investment, if it's $20,000, I'm going to use bad math. It doesn't apply right now, but it used to. You can put $20,000 on a $200,000 house. There's no such thing anymore. It used to be a bunch of those. But that way, you'd have a $180,000 mortgage. Your renter is paying it back for you.
And then some, probably.
Yeah, and then you're depreciating the cost of the house. You're deducting what you spend to fix it up. You deduct your taxes and insurance. So at the end of the day,
homestead exemption.
But no, it's not homestead because you're not living in it.
You're right.
But that house, for example, you might take in and rent. Let's use it as a bad analogy. I'll do it anyway. $1,000 rent. You're getting more than that. But at the end of the year, if you got that $12,000, you're not going to pay taxes on that $12,000. You're going to depreciate and take probably about $15,000 to $20,000 off of your taxes that you make in ordinary income because of that property. And here's the other thing. It's the best investments in my mind are very slow, unsexy, boring investments.
Right.
Boring.
And you've been doing that for 30 years.
Boring investments. You go, oh, okay.
You haven't been very sexy, Kevin, for 30 years on your investments. Sorry.
But you look at the first house I bought in 1999.
I know.
That got paid off years ago.
And in 2000, you told me, hey, Bubba, be like Ron Diaz and try to buy one a month. And I go, Kevin, I like going to the dollhouse. And you're like, okay, buddy, but I'm just telling you, if you buy $180,000 to $90,000
just a year.
Just buy one $90,000 home a year, Bubba. That's it. That's all you got to buy. You will never have to work again after 50. Well, I'm working and I'm almost 60 now.
Well, I think when you once you get into it, so the answer is yeah, I think I would do that. The other thing I'd probably do is, as I still do it, I spend a little bit of money, and I've done it for years, buying Bitcoin automatically, cash withdrawal every month, buying Bitcoin. Your dollar cost average over time, the Bitcoin's been worth a lot of money. I've made, whatever. In Ethereum, I actually made, I think Solana or Ethereum made a higher return, but I made 6,000% return. That's insane in some of these investments. I mean, and then the only thing you get upset about is that you didn't put enough money in.
The only thing I got upset about is the IRS took it.
Well, I understand, but I'm not going to. The problem with Bubba is you don't take advice very well, and I don't mean that negatively at all.
Kevin, you and I have that understanding.
I know. You know that.
You can say that.
I say that.
I have to take it from you because I admit that I have made some unbelievably bad choices upon your reverse recommendation.
And this is one of the.
But you have kept me out of jail. I will tell you that.
I have, and of course.
And Gene, we were going to have Gene here today. Gene was supposed to be here today.
I talked to Gene last week. Yeah.
I was actually looking at some of old Gene's arrest records, and it said attorney Kevin Hazlett.
That's right.
He always says Kevin Hazlett's my attorney. I'm not making nothing.
He's so funny.
So,
but and to our caller, the answer is
I should write a book. I should have listened to Kevin.
Well, and the problem is that when you're in the height of euphoria,
yeah,
and everybody, and your career is not dissimilar from an NFL player, which is, you're at the height of it, and a lot of NFL players are like, they've got all this stuff, and they think it's going to go on forever. And it's just hard to make those decisions. It's just really, really, really hard.
You got chicks and everything.
Yeah, it's hard. You have everything.
Not everybody's as disciplined as you and Tom Bean.
No, I don't know about that, but I mean, I do know that it's difficult for everybody. It's not, especially folks when a lot of money's coming in. But to answer your question, Bitcoin, that's the answer on the reserve. That was your second question again.
Kash Patel, do you think he's really going to release the Epstein files?
I do. I think one thing you're seeing in this administration is transparency. And they're working really hard to make it very transparent. I think that's what people want to see. They want to see who's connected. And I believe about maybe 2% of what I read. I don't know who's going to be in there. I don't know who they're going to name. I'm sure they're going to catch Democrats and Republicans. I'm sure people will be surprised. Some people won't be surprised. I think it's less shocking now than it was X amount of years ago when it came out. Is it going to change the world? Probably not. Are you going to see people did things that they'll be embarrassed about? Sure. But I think they're going to try to expose a lot of things. And part of the problem with government that I think that all of us as taxpayers are concerned about is the fact that it's not been transparent. If we're giving our money to taxes, we don't know where it goes. If it's going to something silly, we don't want to spend it there. And I think it's a great start, this administration, to try to kind of pull back the veil and say this is where the money's going. Now, some of what's coming out there is over-exaggerated, but in the end, we'll learn a lot where our government's spending money, and we don't need to spend as much as we have. I mean, it's a huge, glut of spending that we really need to get tamped down. There's two ways to deal with issues. Number one, spend less or collect more taxes. And I think the average American would say, let's work on the spending less while we even look at taxes. But let's look at that part first. Anyway, that's my thoughts.
Anyway, buddy, appreciate you.
Awesome.
Thank you. When we come back, I'm going to, as we talked about this fish, here I'm going to play it.
Doomsday fish.
I'm going to play it real fast, and then we can go into words and talk about it on the backside. Here, I've never seen a fish. Kevin, you've probably seen more fish. Well, maybe next to Lummy. Lummy was a pro fisherman for a while. I don't know if you went out there and caught him, Lummy, as much as you
this is in the Baja. That's where we had a plant. This is in the Baja of California.
No, have you ever seen? It looks like to me. It looks like a.
You haven't.
It looks like a paper thin eel.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
That's an oarfish.
They call it an oar fish.
Holy shit, that's incredible. They've almost never been seen live.
They live a mile deep.
Now, who's quacking in the background? Is it the fish?
It's come up here to die.
Oh. Back in the water. See if they'll go.
Wow. You getting photos?
I'm gonna go grab my camera.
Hold on, I'm putting on the... Heather, this is amazing.
To me, it looks like some type of sea snake or like a eel.
Is that a mile beneath the ocean?
Yeah, the Baja, the Pacific of Mexico, it drops off quick.
So this is like a fish that's at least a mile down and somehow made it up to the top. And they say that when these fish make it to the top, there's something catastrophic going to happen. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
Why does he want to die?
Don't touch it.
No, don't want it to
Got
die.
hurt or something. He may not want to die. Give him a chance to see. Maybe he smelled the fish blood.
So anyway.
Oh, my God, we're never going to know what happened.
We never know.
Did it go back and go a mile deep and we're all good? Or is he still, floating up trying to kill himself?
I don't know. I think they did the right thing by...
Kevin, I've never seen a fish like that. Ever.
You get a lot of those fish that will come up every once in a while, especially like Lummy said, if you're fishing in deep water, they come up. I don't know why they come up, though. Lummy, do you know? I don't.
It looks like I was reading the Japanese, which they come up with a lot of folklore. Said I guess they started seeing
Japanese. What do they know?
Yeah, the Japanese and Chinese all think fish means something. That they named it the Doomsday Fish because it comes up when there's earthquakes coming.
Okay, so we're gonna have an earthquake. Great, no problem. We're used to those.
There you go.
I mean, do we know where, Lummy? Like in the vicinity of the fish, or just
Pinellas Park? Apparently, Pinellas Park.
Kansas City's gonna get hit with a 6-0 today.
A big one.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Like the sea cucumbers.
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin, I gotta show you something. Come here. Go fast.
Yeah, they can produce 100 to a million a day. Wow, a million eggs in a year. So are you scared of it?
What's that?
Are you scared now?
Yes. I am.
Listen, where it is, where they saw that is they call that the aquarium of the sea. Like every type of fish is in that little area right there.
Okay.
I mean, look, if there's an earthquake now that fucking strikes in Mexico or California here pretty quick, then yeah, maybe the Japanese were onto something.
Oh, man.
It does look like a tapeworm.
Man, tough news with Wembanyama out for the year.
Yeah, didn't he just have like a...
Just at
He
the
wasn't
All-Star
really hurt,
game.
was he? They just kind of rested him because
No, he was just at the All-Star game, and he came back, and I guess he had some soreness and fatigue on the days off, and they tested him, and they found a blood clot in his shoulder.
Oh, that's what it was. I thought I read that. Yeah, I couldn't remember what they said it was.
The blood clots are that ended Chris Bosh's career.
Did it?
Too many blood clots going around lately.
Yeah.
Not good.
No. I didn't know blood clots exploded either.
I think XRP's gonna finally just keep going.
I think so. I got out of it back.
I've been holding on to this since it was 15 cents.
I got out of it, went somewhere else. I just was like, I just was bothered by. Where is it right now?
275, 280. It jumped to 370 when Trump got in, and it's been now doing the steady 260. It dropped to it dropped to 180 like a month ago. It's back up to 270.
I had 250,000 XRPs, and I converted it to Solana.
Yeah.
Which I did well with Solana. But I
Hello,
don't want to go back to the math because I'd be upset with myself.
No, hello.
That was just a little thing.
Airtight, that's a blood clot, isn't it? I thought they said that's what it was.
What's that, bud?
No, Wemby's. That Wemby has deep vein.
He's out for the year.
Yeah.
40.
Who? Vein thrombosis.
Yeah, which I guess is a blood clot.
Mm-hmm.
Bitcoin had that
Big spike,
60,
yeah.
70,
Yeah.
but then it looked like it was dropping. They were gonna start.
And then fucking babyface, because he's always going to make shit worse for you. I told him.
That was smart.
And he's like, well, tall guys have a 200% chance of getting them.
That's why
more than anybody else.
So I'll tell you where I'm going.
They probably do because their veins are so much longer.
There's a lot of basketball players get them, and they usually shut them down.
I got it pretty good on.
They said it. They said they think it's isolated though, and he'll be back next year to the start. But
Chain link.
Okay.
Fuck, man, I love that kid.
I think I got in.
He's a good motherfucker. Good for the league
I got
too.
Like $6.
He's great.
And it went up to 40, but it's back down.
What, like 20 or is it?
It's at.
They drop all the way back down.
I think we're at 19.
Okay.
But I like Chainlink a lot. I'll tell you what else I like. Sui. I'm trying to find that.
Hey Bubba, I know that interview I know is a couple days old. I just IM'd you a couple of clips from Elon Musk last night at CPAC. Okay, OPAC, whatever it was.
I am.
Yeah, I IM'd you two Musk clips.
Is it the one with the chainsaw?
Chainsaw and him talking about dude, he was so fucking high last night on ketamine.
The Argentina guy always looks like he's high, but he's he just.
The Argentina guy was having a good time because he handed Musk that chainsaw, and Musk goes crazy.
He looked like Jesse James Dupree.
It was a Doge chainsaw.
Yeah. He should have started it and cut one of the chairs in half.
He started it. I don't even know.
Well,
I don't think Elon Musk could start a chainsaw.
Well, he's dead, I think.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Kevin Hazel brings the questions, lights up the phone lines. Kevin, we, like the last couple of times, we haven't even really promoted your firm and what you do. If you got a DUI, anything criminal, any type of wreck, slip and fall. Or, Kevin, are you still doing the seal and expungement stuff?
We do a bunch of it. We probably still do more than anybody in Florida. We probably do, I don't know.
Couple hundred a month?
Maybe about 60 to 70, I think was last month in those.
Right. Kevin, organically, just years ago, kind of got himself into a seal and expungement deal on my show. It was just really kind of happened organically. Some guy's like, hey, I did something stupid however many years ago, and when the lawyer said he was going to take care of it and everything, all the charges were going to get dropped, and I was, going to be found innocent. he didn't go the extra step and get my record sealed and expunged. So I went and tried out for a truck job, an apartment complex or something like that, and it's on my record, and that sucks. And Kevin's like, listen, when you do these type of deals with prosecuting attorneys or the state, you have to have a guy like Kevin or a sharp attorney that says, hey, listen, not only am I going to make this go away from you, but I'm going to get it sealed and expunged so that it can't be opened and it can't be found. But most attorneys are just there to take your money and not really, that's kind of like Kevin, that's like the final thing that you need to do to your client. That
the 3-point play.
That a lot of attorneys don't. A lot of attorneys feel that, hey, I got you off, I got you innocent. That's my job is done. You take it to the next level where you assure your clients, if it's applicable and it can be done, you'll get them sealed and expunged. Well, now you have a whole department within your firm that does nothing but goes and retros people that have been in trouble that didn't get it sealed and expunged, and you can literally make a 5-minute phone call into your office and you'll get a hold of a seal and expungement person, and they can pull your stuff up and they can tell you right there. They're not even going to take your money.
Correct.
They can tell you right there whether they can get it done or not. Then they'll give you a price and whether you want to do it or not. But like if it's not doable, they'll tell you, we don't think we can help you on this one.
That's correct.
But you'll know immediately. Kevin, what's the number?
1-800-LAW-5655. 1-800-LAW-5655.
And ask for if you're looking for the seal and expungement deal, particularly ask for that. Say, hey, I want to talk to the seal and expungement department. Hello, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I had a quick question for Kevin.
Go ahead.
So this is quite boring, but I just came back from overseas, and my sister ran a red light back in December, and I have an outstanding bill that's passed. Is that something that's going to be worrisome for me? I plan on going to the courthouse today to pay it, but
was it a red light camera or was it?
Yeah, red light camera.
Well, if you can, so great question. Different areas in the country, some judges will throw all those cases out. Now, they kind of vary, and it depends where you get it. Some of the ones, is this Hillsborough?
Yes.
Yeah, they don't throw them out automatically here. To the north, they do. But the way it works is it's a company that has a relationship with the county, and they get their fees. But if you pay it to the company, it's like a parking ticket. It doesn't go on your record. So if you can still,
but it's past due, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's past due. Then if you go down there and pay it, the problem with that is if you pay it, it'll be a conviction on your driving record, and your insurance can go up because of the points. So I would tell you, just give my office a call. I'll give you a guy that can handle those things for you and prevent you from getting the points on your record, because you don't need to have that happen, because that way you pay more in insurance. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
but you got to call Kevin's office. But so what's your second part? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Is it something like I'm barely going through the paperwork at the moment, but is my license suspended or anything like that?
It probably is. It probably is a D6, which means that because you didn't pay, it's probably D6, which means it's suspended.
But Kevin, that can all be unwound.
Yeah, it can all be unwound, but I would do it quickly because you can't drive in a suspended license.
Yeah, so like ASAP.
Take an Uber down.
800 law 800 law 5655. Get that thing. Be on it, because it just takes getting pulled over one time with a suspended driver's license, and now you got a lot bigger problems.
Oh, yeah, no, I just got back last night, and I'm going through all this stuff and realized it, so...
Get it handled.
Yep, thank you.
Right. Kevin, if you would happen to get pulled over, let's say you didn't know your driver's license was suspended like this guy, and you get pulled over, and the cop says he goes back and runs you, and you're suspended, are you sitting in the back of his squad car?
It's discretion of the cop. Obviously, if you don't know, it's very important, because the difference is if you know, it's a crime. With knowledge is a crime. Without knowledge is a civil infraction. So if that happened to that gentleman, he would say, listen, I have no idea. I've been out of the country. I had no idea that I had anything out there. Because then if he's going to give you a ticket, he can give you at the ticket part, a UTC versus an arrest, even if they're going to arrest you, they can either arrest you or give you a notice to appear.
Now, could he? Let's say that the cop believed you that you didn't know, and you're completely, you're a gentleman. You act, he believes that you didn't know. Can he let you drive home?
No, he can't, and he won't.
So he'll say, listen, you need to call somebody
Yes.
to come pick you up
Correct.
or drive your car.
Yes.
Because I can't let you drive from this point forward.
Exactly.
Now, your options are that or sit in the back of my squad car, and I'm going to have to take you to jail.
Yeah, usually you wait for someone to pick you up.
Are you familiar with the Warren Sapp Immokalee deal?
I think I saw it. I don't remember.
Oh, my God, Kevin, he's going to get paid. Oh, my God.
What happened? Did they pulled him over?
So
No, they didn't pull him over.
So
They
he's
arrested him?
well. So he's part of this. Let me just give you the layman's version of it because it's quite lengthy. So he's in Immokalee with this car club. These go fast and furious.
Yep.
And I think they're based out of Miami, and I think they're driving across, maybe Alligator Alley or something like that. And he's a passenger. He's just a passenger. And they pull. Maybe not even the guy he's riding with, but, they're in a pack of maybe 40 or 50 cars. And they pull over a guy. And Seth, and let me feel free if I mess any of this up. They pull over a guy, and they all pull into the gas station, and they pull over this dude who was doing, was it 65 and a 35? Yes, it was 65
it was a little
and a 30.
under double, yeah.
Yeah. So Warren's not driving. I don't even know that Warren is in the vehicle that got pulled over, but he's part of the posse, so to speak. And so they write the guy a ticket. The woman that's writing the ticket says that you doubled the speed limit, and we're writing you a ticket. Well, the guy didn't double the speed limit. Double 35 would be 70, and he did 65. So Warren, who's kind of mouthy, but not impeding the investigation, his body's not between the two officers that are investigating the guy. The guy's not going to jail. He's just getting a citation.
Right.
But Warren says, ma'am, officer, he wasn't doubling the speed limit. You keep saying that he was. Now, she should have just said, listen, I made a mistake. He wasn't doubling the speed limit, but he damn near was. And so what I say, it doesn't mean anything. What I write on the ticket does. And Warren kept saying, yeah, but you kept saying he doubled it and he did not. Well, they tell Warren to shut up because he's impeding their investigation.
Obstructing and imposing.
Obstructing.
Yep.
And he's not. He literally, let's say that Seth is the cop writing the ticket, and you're sitting in your spot right now. Warren Sapp's where you are, Kevin, and the arresting officer or ticket issuing officer is where Seth is, and I'm Warren Sapp.
Yep.
That's kind of like the body where people were positioned. So Warren says, they're like, you need to back off unless you want to go to jail. And Warren's like, why am I going to go to jail? I'm just giving you my opinion. You said that he doubled the speed limit and he didn't. You're obstructing our investigation. Warren says,
how?
In order to obstruct your investigation, that's a physical thing, and I am not anywhere close to you guys. I'm not doing anything. I'm only speaking to you. And they got a couple redneck good old boy cops. Next thing you know, they arrest Warren for obstruction.
Horrible.
So they put Warren in the back of the squad car. Warren, at this point, they want his ID, and he's like, I'm not giving you my ID. You are illegally detaining me.
That's correct.
And Warren really does know. And then he brings up a 1984 ruling. It's called 1984. I'm sure you're familiar with it.
It's a federal case, yeah.
Yeah, he brings up 1984. Then he brings up his Fourth and Fifth Amendment.
Civil rights violation.
And he's like, I don't have to give you my ID because you're illegally detaining me. I've done nothing wrong. You've not asked me to move physically. I've stayed in my same position the entire time. I'm only verbally giving you my opposition to this ticket. So those good old boys down in Immokalee, they call their supervisor up. They call their supervisor up, and the supervisor doubled down. He doubles down and says, nope, you're going for obstruction. So then they go into the interrogation. Now, all of this is on body cam.
Right.
All of it's on body cam. And they go back to the interrogation room, and they start interrogating him. And he's like, listen, I wasn't doing anything wrong. I'm not giving you my ID.
Do they know who he is?
They do.
Okay.
They do know who he is. And we had him on the air talking about it, but he is now suing the Immokalee Police Department for illegal, all types of civil rights violation, all types of things. And it's his. And listen, Kevin, I'm going to be honest with you. It was because he was black.
Sure.
It absolutely was. It was Kevin. I mean, Seth and Lummy. Would you guys agree that a lot of Warren's problems with the Immokalee Police Department was because he was black?
Yes.
And they were treating him like that as such. And so he's now suing them for, what is it, $20 million, Lummy?
Yes, 25.
And so we got him on the phone. And like, here's the deal, man. He's on the right. Like,
that's more than their budget for like 5 years.
He absolutely is on the right side. Like, he nailed it. He was a perfect gentleman. He never, resisted. He put his hands behind his back like a gentleman, got in the car like a gentleman, asked for the supervisor like a gentleman. And I think he's got them dead to rights. Now, do they run into, or are they immune or somewhat covered by like the municipality?
200,000.
But they can't. You can't go more than that.
You can.
If
it's a claims bill.
If it's a civil,
you can.
Federal, that kind of deal.
You're gonna go federally. You're gonna ask for a 1984 violation, which is they used.
And Warren kept bringing that up, and I'm like, I didn't even know what that was.
So the beauty of that is you move from state court to federal court.
Get good.
In the federal court, you can get your damages can just escalate. Also, I want you to think of this for a second.
And here's the thing, Kevin. Optically, it looks so bad for the police department because he's so calm and so, gentlemanly, which is not normally like him.
If you're trying a case, though, in Immokalee, you don't want to be in state court because you're going to get Immokalee jurors.
Yeah.
If you are bringing it in federal court, you're going to get to Miami and you're going to get jurors who are going to give him a payday. So, I mean, that's why I think he's going to do it. But my goodness, you're just going to try to negotiate something. There's not enough money they can pay him. They can get a jury award. And I'm going to have to take a look at the federal issue. If they got a jury award of, say, a couple million, if it's in state, you have to go get a claims bill, which means it's up to the state legislature to fund. And I've done that before, where I've gotten an award over $1 million for a client in a civil case. It was against the state of Florida, and they had to get a claims
bond, right?
Yeah, they had to pass a bill to pay me.
Wasn't one of the Gawker's issues is in order to appeal Hogan's decision, they had to put up a $60 million, 50% of the award.
Yeah, so
which would have been like a $50 million. So you have to put up a $50 million bond.
Yeah, and the company's only worth $32 million, so
right.
they didn't have the ability to do that. So they, in effect, could not appeal the decision because they didn't have the cash to put in an appeal.
Is that the same thing on the Is that the same thing on the municipality level too?
Will that be after a jury verdict? The question would be, if they get a verdict, what can be the ceiling that he can get from the city? And I mean, there are some municipality issues there, but it'll be interesting. My guess is that it's going to settle. I think he'll settle for far less than $25 million.
So then there's this whole big thing about the sheriff of this county. And he was, 2 years ago found to be sleeping with his clerk, and he's been sued for millions before on various other things like this, like beating up black people. And so I don't know how this sheriff of Immokalee, whatever county, how that guy's
Chubby, right?
Yeah, I don't understand how that guy's still in office. But
yeah,
man,
you do.
It's
his constituents.
We had Sapp on the air, and it was going well. Then he hung up on me. And here's the deal. Guess what he hung up on me for?
Why?
So I said this and Seth and let me if I misparaphrase, then tell me. So I tell Sapp, I got a question for you. Do you think that by working for Dion as a defensive line coach for a couple years at Colorado, showing people how big of an influence you can be in these young person's lives and how you can turn, their defensive line statistically around from one of the last place lines to one of the best place lines, working with these kids, making these kids better. Do you think that by Dion giving you that opportunity to be a defensive line coach when a lot of people probably wouldn't, Do you think that could better yourself in potentially getting a head coaching job with an HBCU?
What's wrong with that?
He said, why is it all got to be about Dion giving me a chance? And why can't it be about me? And why can't it be about how good I'm doing? And how and then he hung up on me.
Well,
I mean, Seth, am I right?
No, that's happened. Yeah.
It's like, why is it got to be about Dion giving me a chance? Why can't it be about, how I've connected with these kids? I'm like, man, I can't win with you, brother.
No.
I can't win with you.
No.
So he hung up on me. This is Elon at the at a summit. CPAC. Now, what is CPAC?
Was a conservative political action conference.
Yeah, and this is the Argentina president.
And is CPAC in Argentina or is it in America?
I think they're in America because Musk got there pretty quickly. I think he was with Trump earlier in the day.
And so this was the president of Argentina, and he's gifting Elon Musk a chainsaw.
Yes, he is.
For
cut the budget
as like a symbol of cutting the budget via Doge.
And CPAC was it's in DC.
Nice chainsaw.
Oh, he does. Oh, did he start it?
Yeah.
Now, see, I have more respect for him.
Wait, no, is it moving?
This is the chains.
It's not started.
It sounded like he started it.
Yeah,
though.
he didn't know.
Sound like a pink orchid.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw.
He wouldn't know how to start a chainsaw because, first of all, it should have been an electric chainsaw if it would have been on brand. I don't think Elon is really big on gasoline motors.
Nope.
And I think that chainsaws are run on 2-stroke oil mixed motors. Seth, you're right. He's high on ketamine or something like that.
Well, it's the other. Look, just watch this clip, Bubba. He doesn't seem like he's in his right mind, but he's also not in his right mind, to begin with.
And he's got sunglasses on. The chainsaw's up there, and now this is the sit-down portion, or at least a clip of the sit-down portion.
So, we're trying to get good things done, but also have a good time doing it, and and have a sense of humor, So, the sort of the left wanted to make comedy illegal, you can't make fun of anything. So then it was comedy sucks. It's nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything.
Is Elon a stand-up comedian now?
I don't know.
I'm saying.
Well, that's why I'm interested to see what Kevin thinks about it. Is that just Elon being Elon, or is he?
So he's on the spectrum. He knows it. He admits it. He has issues. He's socially awkward. It's very interesting. It's hard to give him a hard time because he literally was sleeping on the floor at Doge, getting things done. He will, with his team, when they have a problem, he won't leave until he solves the problem. He sleeps about 4 hours a night. When he discovers something,
and a lot of times he'll sleep in wherever he's at, on a couch.
And when he invents something, he shares it with the world. It's not like he's trying to corner the market to just make sure that's all about him. He's like, I want to share it. Starlink. Okay, here you go. We'll give you away Starlink services so you could connect in Ukraine or in Asheville. We'll give you the Starlink services. Just pay me for the modem, but you can use it for free because you can't get on the internet. So a lot of the stuff he's doing, he's trying to better the world, and that's a problem for a lot of people. Because
it's tough to be critical of him.
It is tough to be critical, and
it sucks. It's nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything.
But look what he did.
Legalize comedy. Yeah.
Look at him with the boring system. Someone said you can't. You have to do it. He goes, well, I'm going to create a bore and I'm going to create a tunnel from here to San Francisco. We're going to solve the problem. He's solving big world problems, and he's doing it from an engineer's perspective, and he's doing it very quickly. He's doing it more efficiently.
And his next win is going to be going to get those astronauts.
Yeah,
that's going to be his next
win.
And those guys were supposed to be there for 8 days, and they're going on 300 days now.
Yes.
And what was stopping? And this is not a big MAGA Trump fest, but it's only a question. It's only a question. What was stopping the other administration from getting a hold of Elon, who seems to have the technology to be able to go get these people? What was stopping Biden or Kamala Harris, day 50, when they know that they are doomed up there and their vehicle cannot make it back. I think they knew that relatively soon. I think they actually had problems. They actually knew upon docking that their vehicle was broken. So, relatively there soon. They were supposed to stay 8. They're now 300 days. What was stopping the old administration from getting a hold of Elon and saying, hey, we know you have the technology to get up there. Can you get these people back now?
Because
day 30.
But they can't do that because that's admitting failure.
I know. And they're saying now, from what I think Seth said, that these astronauts have no muscle and they have muscle atrophy, that they may not even be able to pick up a pencil.
Makes sense.
When they get home.
Jeez.
That they're going to have to be in some hyperbolic chamber for however many days and hours a day to try to get their muscles back to just being able to work under gravity situations.
I mean, this is literally Major Tom to ground control. Can you imagine you're out there spinning around? No one's coming to get them. The cavalry's not coming. And it's going to take Elon Musk to do it. I mean, look at this, though. This is the same administration. They had an electric vehicle summit in the U.S., and they didn't invite Musk. Think about that. The leading manufacturer of electric vehicles in the country, Biden hosts it, has it, and doesn't invite Musk, who's the biggest player.
Who is the biggest player?
Yeah,
by far.
That's my point. I mean, you gotta get through it. And listen, both sides are guilty of it, but at some point you got 2 lives up there. Why wouldn't you say, hey, listen, we need some help? He'd be happy to help. I mean, I don't think he would,
You could pound your chest by saying, hey, I'm Joe Biden and I'm Kamala Harris and we're the Democratic Party. And
yes.
More importantly, let's not blur political lines. Let's get our people back. And if the guy that we need to get back is a huge Republican supporter, so be it. But we are going to take initiative and to get him back.
You look better.
And to get him back.
Well, Andres Mogensen, the International Space Station, what was he? International Space Station, leader from September 2023 to March 2024, tweeted about Elon Musk lying about that. Elon Musk replied calling him the R word, and then he said, even now you are not sending up a rescue ship to bring them home. They are returning on the Dragon capsule that has been on ISS since last September. So they're saying Musk is not rescuing these people.
So Musk might have been playing politics too.
Musk said that the Biden administration didn't want to talk to him at all.
Oh,
so
yeah. That's somewhat evident by them not inviting him to the electronic car summit.
But now they're saying that this guy's saying that I guess whatever.
It's
NASA
easy to say that now.
Home.
It's easy to say that now. Is there a date that they're bringing these people back?
No, it says the White House and NASA have not responded to comments.
They also, I think they're getting a huge payday.
Oh, who will they get paid by?
Oh, they're getting paid. They announced the other day they're getting paid. Big time.
I mean, even before they get lawyers involved, they're just getting big paychecks. Well, as soon as they get off the ship, they can have these big sweepstake checks for them.
Yeah, the government's paying them unless Elon gets hold of it, cuts the checks in half.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Like 170 thumbs.
Oh, good. Thank you for doing that.
170 thumbs, Lummy.
Let's go. Come on, everybody. Spread the word. Several overs afterward.
Let's make comedy legal.
Legal.
The legal.
Steph, do you want to party with them?
Musk?
Yeah.
No.
You don't think you can get along with them?
I'm awkward. He's awkward. It would be. I mean.
There'd just be 2 awkward guys sitting there.
Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people that would be like the guy they'd want to go out to dinner with, but I don't even know what I'd talk to him about.
Why are you so fucking awkward, Elon?
No. I get that people are socially awkward.
President Trump said today that he had a phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin immediately. He said that he would be sending...
The New York Yankees ditched their facial hair policy.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah, they just tweeted about it. Hal Steinbrenner. Well-groomed beards.
Oh. Man, how many players, that just didn't want to shave that they could have had? I mean, I liked the porno stash, the Tom Selleck.
This is going to be nice, though.
I want to see what they come up with.
And that's why we all need to pull together to thwart these attempts and to bring back American strength, power, and prestige. We will soon have it back.
Adam, why do you need so much attention? Why are you such a little bitch? Just tell me why you need attention from me.
Where's he at? I'm gonna fucking...
No, don't. I deleted his message. I just want to know why. I just want to know why he needs my attention today. I'm going to start with your family hates you if you have one. That's a start.
Well, the problem is he might not have one. He's, lonely, and he wants to take it out on you.
What up, Captain Hawkeye? That's good, Grouper Lips. There you go. That's why you're so hostile towards Nick the Gun Guy. Now you know the root of the problem. What up, Troy? Yeah, dark match. That guy. I stand with Canada. I will not be calling him Governor Trudeau. I will not be calling this the 51st state. America's not going to be another province. I've had enough shit going on in my life where I don't want to deal with other people's shit. Take your anger and go for a fucking walk. What up, Mudfleet? Thank you, Joe. Be on your best behavior. What's up, Chris Adams? You know what's funny is they say they were tweeting at about Canada winning, like, oh, you haven't won a cup in 35 years. Well, all these USA teams that have won a cup, more than half their teams have to be Canadian. Canadians are involved in winning cups.
Yeah, but they're not really involved.
What up?
Yeah, they are.
What up, Timothy?
I mean, the Lightning only have they only have like two.
No. Wait, two Canadians?
Yeah.
Oh, I bet you they got more than that.
Stamkos, Braden Point. Who else was Stamkos, Braden Point. Is Nick?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me refresh my YouTube, Willie. I was at 8:29. Let's see where we are now. We're at 8:50. Well, actually, 8:49. Need 150 thumbs up to hit the G-ball, which will give us our third day in a row, which helps with the algorithm. And very much appreciated. So thank you so very much. Kevin Hazelwood in the studio for a little bit longer. Kevin, a very busy man. If you happen to catch him at the law firm for various reasons, you can pretty much make any of your problems go away legally. 800 Law 5655. 800 Law 5655. 55. A big-time expert in a lot of different things. One of the things that he advertises very, very heavily is he's probably the number one DUI guy. Probably. I mean, he can make criminal stuff go away. He can. I know a guy that's had, a trash bag full of cocaine that somehow Kevin got to go away. Didn't one time, Kevin, you had a guy? I'm not going to mention any names, but it was a famous athlete in town. And I think he may have had a gun.
What sport, Bubba? Let's just give us a little.
Might have been a football player.
Might have been a football. He's a good guy. Still talk to him.
Uh-oh.
And we're not going to mention any other names. But he might have had a gun when he was going through a drive-thru, and I think Kevin got like a banana in the tailpipe conviction or something like that.
Good guy.
Wow.
Good guy.
I mean, didn't you make that pretty much go away?
I did, and I watched him play in San Diego, too.
So,
Live.
yeah, Kevin has represented Buccaneers. He's represented Lightning. He's represented famous radio personalities. He's represented famous television personalities. He's been deemed the attorney to the stars. A lot of times Kevin will walk into court. It's not fair. Life's not fair. And Your Honor will say, Kevin, come to my chambers. And Kevin thinks he's in trouble, and he just wants the Your Honor just wants to tell Kevin that he heard him on the drive-in this morning.
True.
Man, how about Overton? Was he the best or not?
The best.
Oh, my God. Does he still practice as like a retired guy?
He comes in every once in a while, and, of course, he'll let me know when he comes in. I always like to see him. He's great.
I know Chet Tharp is still practicing on the retired level. Like when
Correct.
When a judge takes vacation or something, Chet will fill in. Had correspondence with Chet not too long ago.
Great guy.
So 800 Law 56 55. Boy, Elon and Trump are they're kind of like, you see Elon with them more than you see JD Vance with them.
That's right.
Right?
Yes.
They kind of like have put Vance out the pasture. And I mean, I don't know. Kevin, could you see where potentially they're grooming Elon to be?
Never.
No.
Never.
I mean, JD Vance is doing a bunch.
Yeah, he is. He's more like the attack dog. He's setting policy. JD Vance is a pretty smart guy, obviously.
What could you see Elon 4 years from now within the party?
I really see his role as defined as ending Doge in 2 years as he agreed to from the beginning. The idea is it's to sunset on July 4th in 2026. And the idea is for him to cut the waste, get in, get out, run the algorithms, find out where the wasteful spending is, get rid of the program, scale back the government, and then go back to his life. I mean, that's what. Now, he might pivot when he gets in this role, but I mean, that was the goal from the beginning. Is he didn't want to make it a commitment forever. He's got more stuff to do. He wants to get us to Mars.
And he's really not a politician.
No, he's not. That's not who he is.
No, but he's a fixer.
He is a fixer,
and he's brilliant.
He's very, very smart, and I think that he is very steadfast and focused on a problem, and he's tackling things the way that no one has tackled before. And he's like, the old saying, follow the money. He's bringing in these folks who are really, really smart, and they're just hooking up their data, and they're extracting data to find out where the money went.
Finding out that we're giving X amount of dollars to these countries for, condom research and just various things that they've found. I don't know if there's an ongoing total as to what he has saved so far. It would be, I'm sure there is, maybe.
I thought, and it keeps getting posted. I thought it was like $100 billion the other day, but I don't know how much it really is. At some point, they're going to post it. But look at how it used to be. If you were the party in control and you wanted to find out where the money went from the previous party, when they were in control, you'd hold congressional hearings. You'd subpoena witnesses, and they wouldn't bring stuff to the hearing. You'd write letters. They wouldn't answer the question.
And just eventually go away.
And you got
the opposing party just felt like they were kicking tires, and they had to whatever.
As of 3 days ago, it was $55 billion.
$55 billion, okay. Here's the problem. We've created a government which is so large that when a new party comes into power, the bureaucrats remain the same. You have bureaucrats that will be there for 25 years. They don't get elected in. They don't get elected out. They stay there forever. Their ideology is still there, and they have a job, and they're doing what they're going to do. Trump, for the first time, is trying to go in there and take these barnacles and scrape them off and retool the government to make it smaller, more nimble, more efficient. And the average taxpayer, despite what the Democrats say, is like, yeah, we want to save money. And, of course, they're now floating that idea around, hey, listen, if we can save $2 trillion, we'll give every taxpayer...
We'll give you guys a 20% kickback.
We'll give you $5,000.
That'd be nice.
You float that out there,
Like a
and people
PPM.
are going, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
We're all in.
Home to understand this part. Average American makes $66,000 a year.
Yeah.
Okay? We have $37 trillion in national debt.
Yes.
Now, all the money I'm about to mention and what we're going to scroll on our screen, and all of this.
$56 million to boost tourism in was it Tunisia and Egypt. $40 million to build schools in Jordan. $11 million to tell Vietnam to stop burning trash. 11 million? Get me on that program.
Can't you just send them the email? I don't know.
Or even Seth, if you flew over there,
Right.
and just went to the president and say, "Hey, man, stop burning trash." That's a $10 million profit. That's if you spend. That's if you spend $1 million to get there, and that's part of your life. Kevin, you've been to Vietnam and various, and you can live. When you went to Vietnam, you were telling me like it's dirt cheap.
Yeah, $100, you live there 3 years.
Don't tell me that.
Is going to foreign countries. It is not being spent here in America for better schools.
$2 million to strengthen trans-led organizations to deliver gender-affirming health care. $2 million.
Law and order.
I think the average tax-paying American should be mad as hell because their tax money is being poorly spent.
All right, let me go to the next.
$45 million on DEI scholarships in Burma.
I've been to Burma. Scary.
What's it? No, hold on. Is it scary?
Yeah. People walk with RPGs on their shoulders. It's very scary. You know it as Myanmar. So it's a northern part of Thailand is Burma. And it's fighting. It's not
Did you stay in your hotel room?
We went in. We spent a day there because it was so sketchy. I said we got to get out of here.
Is that out of all the you've been to Colombia?
Yeah.
You've been to Bogota. You've been to Vietnam. You've been to what is Burma the sketchiest you've ever been?
I would say Burma over Laos. Burma and Laos are probably Burma by far. And you get it's either Myanmar or Burma. It's a very scary place. Yeah,
you're just walking down the road. They could shoot you.
Yes. You
not
feel
even
very exposed.
$520 million for consultant-driven ESG investments in Africa.
The second question first. I want to know because people like Joni Ernst and
Joni Ernst has tried for a long time, and she's
$70,000 for a DEI musical in Ireland.
She's got a lot of good data. Senator Ernst has been really helpful, actually.
Okay, but
$47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia.
Oh,
$32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru.
They actually hide what the real purpose of the spending is. Sure. In other words, this is a question. How did you decipher?
$44.8 million for food and economic assistance for Venezuelan migrants in Colombia.
Oh, okay.
Not
That's
even
good.
for the Colombia people. Venezuelans that are migrated over there.
Well, they're going to be coming here soon.
Sure.
We'll say humanitarian blah, blah, blah in Serbia or Afghanistan. We even give money to China for crying out loud, which I think is nuts.
$30 million for multi-sectorial response in Gaza. Now, Kevin, you're smarter than me. What does that mean?
I don't even know what that means.
$30 million for multi-sectorial response in Gaza. I don't know what that means.
Let's find out.
Money to the Taliban.
What money to the Taliban?
Like a lot.
Like that might be money to the Taliban.
So
I'm like, for what? But I want to see the pictures of what they did.
But they try to obscure it.
Is that what they've cut so far? That's some of the over the top spending that we've cut. Did you look it up?
I'm looking it up now, trying to figure out. It says it's a response to humanitarian needs in Gaza.
That's so broad. There's so many humanitarian needs in Gaza on both sides of the fence, right?
Yes. I'll send it if you want.
I don't want to have anything to do with it. If Kevin can't understand it, you think I can? Please. When I return and we end the show, FAFO is F around and find out. That's what that acronym stands for. And so now that supposedly is a form of parenting. F around and find out.
Ridiculous.
What is FAFO? Parenting, the virtual trend, changing how kids learn responsibility. What are you just supposed to let your kid be a heathen and do whatever it wants? And then it tries to learn from being a heathen and doing what it wants?
That's sad.
It is. You know, really, the way we educate and the way that we hold our kids accountable, for the most part, for a lot of parents, is very sad. This Gen Z is not every kid goes to West Point recommended by a senator or a president like your child. I mean, you're on the way other end of the spectrum as far as raising children. But you're raising a child.
Yes, I am.
I think there's probably some rules.
Of course there
Seth,
is.
I think you probably have some rules. I don't think F around and find out is part of your rule package, is it?
No, I don't even. What kind of rules?
I don't know. I guess we'll get into it next. All right.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Electronically
controlled.
Yeah, meaning like, your dad yelled at you because you got a car when you were 16 and he had to wait till he was 20 and work 3 jobs to get it.
And that's part of our problem as parents, and I recognize that, which is, at 14 I had a job. I had a job through high school. I paid for a lot of what I did. I didn't demand as much from my kids. I demanded a lot compared to their peers, but not as much as compared to myself. Remember as a kid, you got paddled in school. Remember if you were in sports practice and you screwed up, you had to do stadiums or push-ups.
Oh yeah, and the coach would single you out and tell everybody, look at Hazlett, look how stupid he looks doing push-ups right now.
Give me 50, yeah. And
right.
Now they can't do that. And I think that's a problem. So like the kid, you talk about the cell phone, you take the kid's cell phone and he goes, I'm not giving you a cell phone, what are you going to do about it?
Well, here's the other thing.
Nothing.
Here's the other thing. Somebody can call and say, or even your kid can call the department
DCF
and say, hey, my dad just whipped my ass, and it happened to Bob Gutierrez.
Yes.
When the guy that was stalking me, it wasn't really that big a deal when he came here with a gun. But when he called in a false threat to Bob,
about
Bob, he said, "Hey, listen, I know the fact that
Bob lost it.
That Bob called me, and Bob said, listen, it was about a 2 on a scale of 10
it's a 12. It's a 12.
And he goes, I have 56 deputies in Hillsborough County.
They're gonna find him,
and they found him in 12 hours.
Yeah.
He said, and so Bob had to this." Kenneth Kimberlin.
I saw him in court that one day.
He wrote and said that Bob was touching his daughters.
Yes.
And so the Children Department Services had to come to the sheriff's house and take each daughter aside. Talk about embarrassing, right?
Right, yeah.
And so, but talk about messing around with the wrong dude. So, Bob's like, man, you're gonna get your guy because he messed around with me. And he goes, I've never been so embarrassed in my life. And then and he goes, they were just doing their jobs. They asked standard questions. I wasn't present. My kids obviously have not been exposed to that. He said, but now they have lit a fire underneath me. They had, between U.S. Marshals and Pinellas County, they had 56 dudes over here. And they found them 1 mile from here at the old computer CompUSA place. It's an old homeless camp now. And they found them in 1 day.
So what you need to do as part of your segment once a week is, where are they now? And you need to go all the history of the Bubba Army, the people that you talked about, that you stalked. Where are they now? Like Kenneth Kimberlin, where is he now? People would like to know the answer to that.
I don't know.
I know, but you can find out.
Well, then we had another dude that was stalking us, and he showed up at the studio live on his Instagram, throwing eggs at the building, and he broke our gate. And so I took him to court. They made him reimburse me for breaking my gate and put a no contact order and had to pay me for my gate. And he just reappeared 2 weeks ago.
Here?
Yeah. And so I'm like, bro, so that's why we had the green no trespassing signs.
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
Once you've posted those,
Yeah, then you get arrested. Yeah.
then he gets arrested on the spot if
Right.
he's here. But these crazy fucking people. And Kenneth Kimberlin wrote the judge. Now, anytime that I guess that they write anything about you, they have to tell you.
Yes.
So he wrote the judge that while he was in his cell, I was recording his entire life. I was.
Yes.
And that when he gets out, he and his biker friends kill people and feed them to the 800-pound python underneath his trailer. That's what. Yeah.
Where's Phil Campbell? Did he retire?
He had to have.
He's kidding me. He's old. I don't know what he's doing.
He was old. He was
old when he was old.
He was old when he was old.
Right.
He's got to be. I can't think. I don't even hear of. What was that? What firm was that?
I forget what it was. Yeah, I know what you're talking
Kirkland.
I forget.
I don't think he was a named partner in it.
No, he wasn't.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So we're talking about F around and find out parenting. And we're going to end the show with this. Kevin says he didn't have any idea what it is. Seth said, I am currently parenting a kid, and I don't know what it is.
I just want to know what the rules are.
Right. If you've spent any time on, listen, I didn't even know there was such a thing. So did any of you know that mom talk exists? Is it like TikTok, but it's mom talk?
No, I feel it's
mom talk.
No.
Okay. You might want to.
There's mom groups on Facebook, I think.
All right. Well, if you spend any time on mom talk or scrolling Instagram parenting accounts lately, you've probably seen the term FAFO parenting popping up. But what does it exactly mean? Well, let's clear it up. It stands for around and find out parenting. But before you clutch your pearls, this isn't some free-for-all approach to raising kids. FAO parenting is just a way of saying that we should let our children experience natural consequences for their actions without a parent constantly stepping in to save the day. Oh, that's great. So when little Johnny wants to touch that stove that's, you're getting ready to put a boiling pot of water on, just go ahead and let him do it.
Yeah, that'll learn you.
Yeah.
Johnny, I'm not going to, you don't say, Johnny, don't touch that stove or I'll beat your ass.
No, you're not allowed to do that.
No, you say, let Johnny touch the stove. He's going to put 3rd-degree burns on his fingers, and I'm going to have to live with that for 3 weeks. Ah! Next thing you know, right?
Yes.
For an example, if your kid refuses to wear, this is not the way any of us parent. For example, if your kid refuses to wear a jacket when it's 30 degrees outside, they'll quickly realize that being cold isn't fun, and next time they'll probably grab a coat without a fight. No way, shape, or form would that ever work with any of us that were raised. Period.
No. I don't have any coat rules. What do you mean? You mean if your mom told you to put a coat on, you put a coat on?
Yeah.
Okay.
And and instead they say that your mom says, if you said, Sethy, put a coat on, you're like, no. Then you just go ahead and go outside and be cold. To me, it looks like it's putting the power in the kid.
It sure is.
The term has been floating around parenting circles for a while, but recently got a fresh boost when Kyle Kelsey, yes, that Kelsey, wife of Super Bowl champion Jason Kelsey, and sister-in-law of the Taylor Swift boyfriend, on her Not Gonna Lie podcast, shared how her and her husband nailed the FAFO approach with their daughter when she refused to wear a jacket. Oh, here's an excerpt from it right here. Lummy, I'm assuming.
Not gonna lie, I swear my kids are having meetings that I don't know about to figure out who's going to wake me up at night and how many times, just to make sure that my sleep is interrupted.
Well, that's a warm ass in where I've come from. If me and Kevin were brothers, and I'm like, Kevin, you go wake up Dad tonight, and I'll wake him up tomorrow, we're both getting our asses warmed 1 and 2 respectfully.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Let's
start
this is the most idiotic stuff I've ever heard.
Podcast.
She opened the front door and took her outside for just a minute. So no safety concern here. Less than a minute, she's outside. She comes back in and she says, it's cold out there. And I'm like, great, let's put on your jacket. And then guess what? She put on her jacket after she refused to wear her jacket to begin with.
Oh.
That's FAFO?
Yep. That means your kid's in charge until something is uncomfortable or goes awry, and then they make the right choice that you, as a level-headed, smart parent, made for them prior to them being defiant and saying no, and they finally do it your way after experiencing their way doesn't work. That's completely opposite of good parenting. It's like saying, you know what, kid? Go ahead and take math this first semester. Oh, you got an F? Well, let me show you how to study now and get a B. But they have to get that F to begin with, right?
So do you like that or no?
I hate it. I think you
Okay.
should beat your kids' asses.
Beat their ass. Okay. All right.
Why not?
I mean beat it all day. I just wanted to.
I went through a child custody battle, and Dr. Krongold and Dr. Satterley were my 2 child psychiatrists or whatever the hell. And they both agreed that you can spank your child, and here's the actual rule. You can spank your child on the butt until your hand hurts. And that's usually 2 or 3 swats. And once your hand starts hurting, you must stop. And if it leaves a handprint and nothing more than a handprint, you'll be okay. Don't use an instrument. Like my dad used a Hot Wheels track or a belt buckle.
Wow.
Or one. Remember those brown extension cords?
Yes,
Let me. I get that right across the back of the legs.
Wow.
There was no calling anybody.
Nope.
There was going in your room and saying, I want to die. I want to run away. I want to run away. And then you cried it out.
That's right.
And your dad said, you done crying, you little pussy? Yeah.
The Hot Wheel track.
And whatever I did, I made sure I did not do again. When I refused to eat my mom's brand new green bean casserole because I thought it looked stupid and I didn't like it, and it wasn't French fries, my dad put my face in it and I ate it. And the next time green bean casserole came around, I did not.
It was the best dish ever?
I picked around on it the best I could and did the best I could.
And you turned out just fine.
Well, I don't know, but I mean, here's the deal. I think Kevin. You know what? I think you could say that Kevin turned out real good, and I guarantee you, Kevin got his ass lit up a few times.
Yeah, but he probably ate that green bean casserole first time.
Yeah.
Yes.
His dad was a dentist. Still is.
Yes.
Still.
Well, let's ask him.
And his dad was strict.
Did you whip your boys?
You know,
yeah, they got spankings.
I did, you know, and to the point, and there's part of the problem is I think that the hardest part of being a parent, and you know it right now, and Seth knows it, Bubba, you know it too, is trying to be authoritarian, and you resist being their friend.
Yeah,
and it's really hard.
And
you can't be their friend.
And
you can't do that.
And how many times? I guarantee every one of us. How many times did you spank your kid, and then you go in your room? And you almost cry like a little bitch.
Absolutely.
Like, oh my, I'm like
100%.
I spanked my kid a couple times, and I went in my bedroom and I sobbed like a little bitch. I did, but you couldn't let them see you do that. And I'll tell you let me tell you this. I mean, I'm not trying to make Kevin look one way or the other, but don't think that Mama didn't wield a pretty heavy hand.
Yes.
I mean, Missy was lockstep with your discipline.
Yes.
Maybe +1.
Yeah, usually +1.
They were probably. I hope Dad gets in on the action and Mom doesn't, because Mom will go way back
Yes.
crap crazy.
Yes.
Yeah. Jim Tapp one time was doing some pool work for you, and one of the kids pissed off Missy doing something. I guess he threw a rock. I don't know. He did something. And Jim Tapp goes, Missy yoked up the middle boy like you wouldn't believe, hauled him into the he was in the driveway. He threw a rock or something. Missy yoked him up, hit the garage door button so it came up, hit the button so it went down, and then went to commence to whipping his ass. And Jim was like, I could hear her whipping his ass in the garage.
It's true.
Yeah, and then she said, "Wait till your dad gets home."
Yes.
And I don't even think Kevin addressed it. It was like, poor,
they need to.
Poor kid's got what he needed already.
Yep.
But letting a kid do what they want. That's what this seems like. Do what they want, and then if they determine that it's something that they don't like or want to change, then they possibly go back to your suggestion.
What's the rules,
to me,
though?
doesn't work.
How far do you go? How far do you let them around? They want to run in traffic? Yeah, just...
let him. Oh, you know what? He got hit.
Oh, well.
Damn it.
I'll teach them.
What do you think? What do you think about heroin? Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. Dad, you know what? Dad, I want to try crack. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Find out.
Go ahead, find out, and when you OD, I'll get some Narcan, see if I can save you.
What's up with your kids? I was just thinking about mine not doing her homework.
I mean, where does it end, though? It starts with homework and ends with heroin.
Yeah, well,
Exactly.
no, I'm cutting it out way before heroin.
Yeah.
Right when she gets to weed is when I'll jump in.
Instead of nagging kids, experience the impact of their choices. Instead of arguing, parents take a step back and let the lesson unfold naturally. Instead of micromanaging kids, gain independence and problem-solving skills. FAFO parenting is particularly appealing to millennial and Gen Z parents who are exhausted by the pressures of to do it all perfectly.
Exhausted.
It allows kids to gain independence while freeing parents from constant micromanaging. Listen, being a parent, regardless if they're 1 or 31, involves micromanaging.
Absolutely.
Kevin's got a guy that's worth, $50 million on a hedge fund Willie, and I guarantee you still got to parent him a little bit.
Every day.
Yeah. No, not for me. Sorry. I don't think for any of us. That's the dumbest stuff I've ever heard in my entire life. Kids listen, our kids now are at an all-time low when it comes to discipline. I mean, you can't even spank your kid.
You're not supposed to.
So, Lummy, you having the youngest child.
Yes.
Back when I raised Tyler, you could still spank him. Not every day, but on a major... I probably gave Tyler in his whole life 8 spankings. What is the rules now? Because you and Ashley are around other parents. So what are the rules now?
Unfortunately, a lot of the other parents, especially at soccer and different sports, they just want you to either put them in timeout or just talk to them. They're trying to push you away from spanking or anything like that. Just give them ultimatums, I'm going to take your phone away for 10 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, 3-year-olds having phones.
Yeah,
right.
So that's how they're pushing it, and
I'm a big believer on capital punishment from the Pinellas County from the Pinellas County lockup to spanking your kid's ass. I'm all about that, man. You can't go talk to a criminal and say, "Listen, Fred, I know you robbed a convenience store with a gun." And but that wasn't right, and you know better. Let's do better next time, Fred. You lock up Fred in the Pinellas County Jail, and Fred gets 2 years, and he learns from it.
I've seen a lot of the parents nowadays let their kids. They do whatever they want, and their mentality is they'll learn. Like if the kid starts running off or doing something, hey, your kids. What do you? Oh no, he'll learn. He'll be back. He'll learn.
Kids can't learn. They're dumb.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I saw that on a shirt the other day.
Kids can't learn, they're dumb?
Yeah, it's a mom wearing it.
As we wrap it up for the week, we'll say goodbye to Kevin. Don't forget, you can always give it a hold of Kevin no matter what you need legally, and if he doesn't specialize in it, he'll find somebody that does. All too often, you'll call 1-800-LAW-5655, and Kevin will be like, you know what? I don't got a guy, but I got a guy in Jacksonville, which is right where you live.
Correct.
And he's my guy. I know him. Tell him I sent you, and Kevin will give you the up on that dude. 800-LAW-5655. Kevin, we got to do this more often when you're in town, my friend. Now, did your Asheville place make it okay?
Oh, it was great. That wasn't a problem. And then I'm heading to South America for a month. I'll be back in mid-April.
What part of South America?
Going to I got a business in Colombia, starting off in Medellin and then down to Buenos Aires.
You got
Argentina.
a business in Colombia?
I do.
Really?
I do.
Cocaine?
Yeah, cocaine.
It's very profitable. It's like a store of value, like Bitcoin, higher return. No.
Kevin goes out with machine guns to go check out his product.
Yeah, exactly.
Meet my little friend. No, so I got a call center down there, so I'll be down in Colombia. Then we're going to Buenos Aires, Argentina, then Patagonia, Mendoza, Argentina.
For a month.
Yeah, for a
when
month.
we go on vacation, Seth, it's 3 days. Kevin goes for 33. That's the difference between us and him.
No, but it's a long way to get down there. We're almost to the South Pole, so it's a lot to see.
Thank you, Kevin, so very much. Lummy, are you doing an after show or a little kind of gimmick?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
perfect.
We can
Seth,
wrap up.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will see everybody on Monday.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
Co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
the BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.